The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
Melting pot, like, how do we define white? No. They only say that to white people. They only tell white people in white countries that, oh, this country's not for you, it's for everybody. It's a melting pot, because you cannot allow white people to just have anything. You say white people are just some kind of social construct, or that we're not. It's all just because you're scared to just let white people have something that is ours, something that is our culture, our nations, our countries. Whenever white people have anything, it's always told, no, it's up for grabs. It's immoral. It's white supremacy if you say that you have any kind of culture. But you never have this attitude for any other race. You never tell Chinese people their country's for everybody. You never tell Mexicans in Mexico their country's for everybody. You only tell the white people in every white country that they need to be welcoming in the rest of the world to outnumber them, and then pretend that the rest of the world is actually the true responsible heirs of everything that the white people obviously built, because if it wasn't for white people, America wouldn't even exist. People talk so much trash about white people. White people did everything. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for white people. You wouldn't have cars and airplanes and stuff. We are told that we are defined by the worst examples you can bring about us, because people just don't want to give us credit for anything, because they are anti-white and they like to uphold this social morality, which is immoral, where caring about white people, supporting white people, giving us basic respect and dignity is not allowed. They don't want white people to be credited in any kind of way. And then they're always talking about, oh, well, when whites band together, it's white supremacy. It's this bad thing. It's this other bad thing. It's all just demonizing white people to make us feel so guilty that we bend over backwards to support everyone else who clamors at all of our resources. And at the end of the day, we get no credit for any of it, when we've done more to help all the other races than they ever did to help themselves in their own countries. That's why they came here in the first place. We get no credit. We have to be done with this. We have to end this anti-white narrative. We have to end this anti-whiteism and quit being anti-white.
Like just but 1 subscribers. Thanks for the candy basket. Oh god, another jacket. My stocking's filled with acid. Am I dreaming? What just happened? This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. My neighbors compete to see who can put up more blinding lights. The kids all wish away the month 'cause they want presents in sight. This year had me so mad. I've been bad, got coal that is sitting under my tree. I think that my Christmas has died. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am. But right in front of me was the answer. 'Cause on Christmas I feel joy, and I turn back to a boy. The answer is to stay young forever. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll
It is August. It is August, and yet it is Christmas in August with your hierarch, ladies and gentlemen. It is glorious to be with every single one of you on this Sunday. Church of the West featured stories today are Daily Wire Antiwhite film. Oh my God, of course. Jason Arday's lies and your employer. How does that work together? I guess we'll unpack that. Why women encourage helplessness. Oh, and it is deadly for our people and civilization. There is the Go Free lesson of the day, which is suicidal empathy. We'll talk a little bit about that. Your comments and questions. And then there is this. A bear is chasing a rabbit through the woods for the 5th time this month, when they both happen upon a genie. The genie says that since they both found him at the same time, he will grant them both 3 wishes. The bear, who is in the midst of mating season, says that he would like all the bears in the woods to be female except for him. The genie says, done. The rabbit wishes for a scooter. Genie says, done. And a powder blue scooter appears right before his very eyes. The bear, still feeling horny, says that he wishes all the bears in the country were female except him. The genie says, done. The rabbit then wishes for a little leather helmet and goggles. Genie says, done. And a helmet and goggles appear on the rabbit's head. The bear, still feeling really, really horny, says that he wishes all the bears in all the world were female except for him. The genie says, done. The rabbit climbs on his scooter, and as he pulls away, he gives his 3rd and final wish. I wish the bear was gay. Yes. What an ornery rabbit that is. What an ornery rabbit. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are here in service to white well-being on planet Earth. We are everywhere on planet Earth. It is so glorious to be in service to white well-being with all of you. Thank you so much for coming by. Take the opportunity to share that we are live and alive and we are going free. And we would like you to participate in this gathering as much as possible. To do so, you will tag me as @ no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. You may financially gift me right here on this platform by heading on over to YouTube, descending into the description, and you'll find these links down there. The app that permits cash, Subscribe Star, Buy Me a Coffee, and Premium Rumble. You can tag me, as I just described how to do, on all of those platforms, as well as Subscribe Star, as well as, it's Odyssey, yes, Odyssey, and on X, in addition to those, and of course, YouTube, which is up and running. Make sure you switch it on over to live chat, or you'll be denied some of the comments made by your brothers and sister. I hope there's not an echo. Somebody said there was an echo. Let me know if you all are hearing an echo on your end. Shouldn't be an echo. The great biospirit of the West is here. Lambda is here. Dina Danger. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. nowhiteguilt.org. And is Odyssey even permitting people to financially gift me? I'm curious. I don't even know if they're permitting that any longer. They may have decided to cut that off a little while back. We'll have to find out for sure if they are permitting it again. But you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You'll find a host of links there for video games, for books, for nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. You can hit directly there as well. You'll find that we have stickers. We've got books with my signature in them if you want them that way. Otherwise, you can head on over to Amazon. You can also participate in the premier institution, really the only institution in service to white well-being, as a 501c3, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Make sure you head on over there to participate in the great work that the foundation is doing. It is the white man's ADL. Don't ever complain. If you're a white person and you say, well, we need our own ADL, we need our own NAACP. Well, we've got that, and we've had it for a long time, and it's been succeeding where everything else has failed. And don't you want to be a part of something that works? I want you to be. Wait, do you hear that? Do you hear that? I hear it sounds like a little motor. Doesn't it sound like it almost sounds like a little moped or a little scooter. Do you hear it? Oh. It's the damn little white rabbit after screwing the bear over. Holy moly. Hey, we're going to jump over to some news that wasn't even intended. Why don't we do that? We'll put that up on the screen instead. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this lady. Benny Johnson. Never heard of her before, and maybe you have. Let's hear what he has to say.
Who is this stunning outback razorback? Who is this woman? Just some yokel, some lady that runs an egg stand or a fruit stand somewhere, somebody who works at the local grocery store. Who knows? Maybe her son is in the armed forces and she's just an Australian patriot. Oh, she's going to be the next prime minister. Calling Islam a disease. Whoa. What? Australia's next prime minister just dropped the mic. Islam is a disease. We need to vaccinate ourselves against this disease. Pauline Hanson is her name. Her party is currently leading the polls. Imagine how terrified the globalists are of her. Oh, they are, by the way. Check this out. There she is, right there.
Now, I want you to remember that this community, and specifically the Australian GFC, Lockie, Lunder, the Thunder Down Under, Bear and White, the whole GFC has been swashing on Pauline Hanson, One Nation, upright, personal, and speaking with her and members of her staff for years. For years. And so when Pauline and her party and her staff starts talking about anti-white and anti-whiteism as they continue to gain the popularity, interest, and support of the population, our brothers and sisters in Australia, we know who to credit it, ladies and gentlemen, to. We know who's responsible for it. This community, these champions down under making it happen in service to white well-being. Pulling ahead, we were there. They have Go Free. They have our stickers.
Pauline Hanson at 33%. So Labour Party and the Liberals, 16 and 29% respectively. One Nation. Ooh, baby. She may be in control of Australia soon. The woman who says that Islam
of major party dominance. That's exclusive fresh polling tonight reveals One Nation leader Pauline Hanson has surged to become the nation's preferred prime minister for the very first time, shattering decades of major party dominance. Let's go to our federal politics reporter, Connor McGovern, who's in Canberra for us this evening. Connor, this is the second milestone for the party in as many weeks.
Evening, Pete. This is a stunning and a seismic U-turn for someone who was previously one of the most unpopular politicians in the country. Resolve Political Monitor polling for our colleagues at the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age for the first time, finding Pauline Hanson is now first choice for the top job.
Keep it going.
Way to go, Australia.
Hey, Australian GFC, everybody. 07s. They were there. We've been there for years, swashing on them. And when it happens, when they start using the lexicon, they've already tweeted the lexicon. We have already celebrated the support, the actual members of One Nation, giving hundreds and thousands of upvotes and thumbs up and hearts to our comments about anti-whites and anti-whiteism and white erasure and Western kind. It is happening. We are influencing the party that is scorching its way to the leadership in our once great country of Australia. We are a single people, many countries and many more ethnicities. Let's give it up for this. We start off with some fire right here in the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Big applause. Let's keep it going, though, to the regularly programmed material. Federal judge orders Virginia. I mean, somebody's going to have to reach out to the loser Robbie Starbuck and all of the cuck-servatives out there who said, that's it. I mean, Benny Johnson was one of the cucks. We won the culture war. What a joke. What an absolute joke. You all didn't win shit. Federal judge orders Virginia County to replace the Confederate school names it restored in 2024. So what happened? All across Virginia, all over the United States, and in particular, of course, in the Southland, as anti-whites incrementally coming to increasing levels of power and dominance and hubris and success, they were white erasing just along as they've been doing our totality of our lives, our statues, our names, our history, etc. And when Donald Trump came to office, this school board, I think it's Shenandoah County in Virginia, said, oh, there's a mandate. The majority of the nation, even the popular vote, voted for Donald Trump. He's restoring the names of so many military bases. So we're going to restore and by the way, the names of these schools named after Confederate generals and etc. in Virginia. No shit. That's how it should be. They should all be named after Confederates. And the anti-whites came along against the will of the people in so many of these counties and white erased the names, changed the names of these schools. Well, the county came back and said, look, that was totally illegitimate. They did it against the will of the population in the county, and now there's this mandate for Donald Trump and his administration. And once again, pointing out the echo, the reverberation of Donald Trump and the Trump administration and Make America Great Again, MAGA, and what that means for the white population and all the good that comes to white people. So just remember, every time you get into a debate with an anti-Trumper and they want to say, oh, he's a total liar, he's a cheater because he did anything for Jews, just remember that their objective is not the well-being of white people. So they don't share your objective. Your objective is the well-being of white people. This is one of the consequences, what the county did, that's now being reversed by an anti-white judge. What the county did is a consequence of the reverberation of Make America Great Again across the United States. So putting ourselves back in the history. And that anti-Jewish garbage out there want to undermine those efforts. So never forget that. They are our actual enemy. So they changed the names, and now a single judge. So the will of the county said, no, we want the name of the school to be whatever it was. A single anti-white judge has overturned that and said, nope, we're going to make it we're going to white erase it, and we're going to put it back to whatever anti-white garbage they had it at. A federal judge has sided with the Virginia NAACP in his lawsuit against the county school board's reinstatement of a Confederate military names to 2 schools, saying the decision discriminated against black students. Well, then get the fuck out. We built the schools. We built the fucking schools. They're ours. We allow you to participate. Be grateful. And ordering the board to change the school's monikers again. In an opinion filed Thursday in the U.S. District Court of Virginia, a anti-white piece of shit Judge Urbanski said the school board in Shenandoah County violated the black students' rights under the 14th Amendment. You have no rights as white people because of the social morality. Forget about what the laws say. It's the social morality. They violated, and it's like 6 black kids in the whole school, which forbids racial discrimination. So it's racial discrimination to not white erase the white race from the civilization that we build, according to this judge. There are a lot of judges that, as the social morality changes and we are able to come to power and be in power and influence those in power, there are a lot of judges that are going to have to be tried for treason and executed. And I will applaud that the entire time, because this is the kind of thing that you should be executed for, because it's treason to our people in this country. What a piece of shit. Confederate Army officers' names are vestiges of Shenandoah County's segregationist history. What segregationist history that required separate schools for blacks and whites. So white people made schools for ourselves, and then because the blacks couldn't do it for themselves, we then also made schools for them and said, there, you have a school to go to now. Do with it what you will. They didn't do very much with it. And so they said, oh no, we've got to be integrated. We've got to have yours. You can't make us something. Just look at the country you made for us in Africa and look at what we did to that. So you can't make us something, and no, we've got to have yours, and you've got to keep rebuilding it and putting metal detectors in there. We've got to have yours. The Confederate names were restored with complete awareness of the historic legacy and ongoing discriminatory impact. There ain't no discriminatory impact in the real world, just in the anti-white narrative. And so that's what I told you all. All the way back to when I was in junior high school. It's always and only ever been a narrative. And I said to my peers in junior high school, 7th and 8th grade, we are the evil ones now. Before we were here, the white kids were the evil ones then. And 100 years from now, the white kids here will be the evil ones then. It's a narrative. It doesn't change it doesn't change unless we rewrite it, unless we get out of this story and have our own narrative. So the legacy, ongoing discriminatory impact, Urbanski wrote, quote, in the court's view, the affirmative act of reinstating these vestiges of segregation is far more problematic than passive failure to remove long-standing symbols. So, I mean, this just goes on and on and on about how the white race is evil. Southerners were evil. The Confederacy was evil. And therefore, it all has to be white erased. Under President Donald Trump's second administration, some statues honoring Confederate figures have been restored after being removed in 2020. It is part of Trump's ongoing efforts to control how American history is framed at Smithsonian museums, monuments, and national parks, and in classrooms. Board members who voted to restore the Confederate names said they were honoring popular community sentiment. They said the previous board members who voted to remove the names in 2020 had ignored constituents and due process. So in other words, those anti-white motherfuckers broke the law, broke the rules, broke the norms in order to white erase our names. A new board comes to power thanks to Donald Trump and the Trump administration. You can thank Trump, and you better, Trump and the Trump administration. And they properly legally restore the names of these schools in keeping with community sentiment, not the 6 black kids who've got a chip on their big black asses about wanting to white erase everything. You're going to make it good for us, Whitey. You're going to make it good for us. We don't give a motherfucker about what you all want and what you all did. You're going to make it good for us, motherfucker. And the white people, because there's no morality, we have no positive social morality. You just have a bunch of white losers out there. They're like, well, screw the Nners. Those are the ones that need to hang from the neck. The people saying, screw the Nners. Hang them from the neck, and then we'll let the white race know, hey, we're not fucking around anymore in the white race. It's a social morality. We're focused on us, and we're going to put an end to shit like this, anti-white shit like this. And we're going to take these low IQ, these Nner saying sub-white goblins, and we're going to string them from the trees. That's the strange fruit that's got to swing before we get healthy. But I'm going to tell you what, It's going to have to happen, because if it doesn't happen, we're going to jump across the ocean. Let's have a look at this, and we can thank Tree Godfather for sending so much of the information to us. Take a look at this. This is in Scotland, the once great country of Scott, part of our once great United Kingdom. Take a look at this anti-white goblin from under some bridge somewhere. A non-binary member of the Scottish Parliament has been accused of displaying an utter ignorance of the trauma and violation of rape, close quote, after suggesting that there were, quote, different modes of consent, close quote. They are not like us. They are not like us. We have a biospirit that in its projection into the world, in its aggregate with our other white brothers and sisters, becomes Western culture. And the Western culture produces Western civilization. This is not and cannot and never will produce Western civilization. Quote, rape is a spectrum. This thing says, this anti-white animal says, rape is a spectrum. And that, of course, is going to include raping children, which you have to honor now. You've got to say is a good thing. It might not be the white norm, and for that reason, it's got to be celebrated. Part of the white erasure. You know what else is happening in the UK right now? I think it's Thomas Paine. Our Thomas Paine's tiny little hamlet. And when I say our, I mean, of course, the white race, but also our United States. Born in the United Kingdom, Thomas Paine, a little hamlet. They are flooding it. They are building housing for anti-white, non-whites to white erase. What do you think is going to happen to Thomas Paine's hamlet? You know, this is a guy migrated to the United States when it was, of course, just the colonies. And he wrote the pamphlet, I think it was called Common Sense, and really was a huge engine for the 13 colonies to secede. That Thomas Paine. Yeah, that Thomas Paine. Yeah, you might look on, and this is the problem with the white race being ethnocentric and nationalistic and all of that sort of shit, is that you might look on and you're like, Robert E. Lee, oh well. Stringfellow, oh well. Longstreet, oh well. They're just Confederate generals, or there's just Confederate soldiers. Who really care? Well, when you think that way, I and my fellow Southerners, we lose all of the texture of the Southern hue of Western civilization. It all gets white erased. And then what? Are you going to come crying about Thomas Paine? Well, what about Thomas Paine? If I'm just a nationalist, I say, fuck you, we don't give a shit. That's why we have to be a single people, many countries, and many more ethnicities, united on the basis of our birth for the love of God, white race. Hear my voice and open your eyes. This thing is your future. Rape is a spectrum. That'll be written into the laws eventually. It'll be applied long before it's ever written into the laws, though. So all of these white conservatives that are like, let me check the rule book. Fuck you and your rule book. I'm going to shove it up your ass. And it'll be the cause of your death with the internal bleeding. That's what I think of you and your rule book. I'm fed up. You have animals, anti-white animals like this, that are saying rape is a spectrum. That will be applied to the law as the morality of the West. So they'll interpret what's written to comport with rape is a spectrum. You can, well, it's kind of rape what you did to the little boy or the little girl. It's, man, not really, because there's a spectrum. Like, did the little boy or the little girl enjoy it? Was there ever a moment? Did they climax? Did they ever have any bit of fun during the process? Well, then it's not really the full rape. And so we're going to let this anti-white animal go free. That's your future. Because of all of these other strategies. Let's keep it going to where we're supposed to be. Back to the United States. And you wonder why Donald Trump and the Trump administration is having such a hard time. We're going to be getting into quick news and laughs and our main stories here coming up. So stick on with us. The great ForNull, Promethean Hales is in the house, big 07s. You wonder why Donald Trump, and what did I tell you all about the Secret Service and how anti-whiteism affects the Secret Service? And we went through the layers when we had Butler and Thomas Crooks, and we were right, and we were the only sane people, and everybody else out there had something ignorant to say, some taboo grifting thing to say, some conspiracy theory garbage to say. Every single one of them, and they all had their little thing that they wanted to argue. We are the only people that could break it down intelligently. This is how it happens. The Pentagon accuses former Air Force Secretary of leaking classified information about Air Force One. The government is still populated, even when those people are more to the right of the spectrum within the anti-white narrative. It is still populated by people who were reared in anti-whiteism, who were reared to believe the white man and all his norms and customs and standards and rules, etc., are objectionable and need to be white erased. Donald Trump, of course, represents a hindrance to anti-whiteism. And so this is how you bring a president. This is to assassination. This is, no, you don't have to pay everybody off. It doesn't have to be the Mossad, you fucking retards, in the clinical sense, 75 IQ or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be all of that. It's just, and in fact, it's not all of that. It is just this. It is anti-whites who don't deserve to be there. They were given these jobs because they either weren't a white man, and therefore they were awarded with the white erasure of the position, so the white man couldn't have it. Or if they're white males, they're the kind of white males that are anti-white, substandard, subpar, deferential, self-abasing, self-effacing, everything that the anti-whites need a white male to be to allow them to be in that position. And that's what you end up getting. They end up leaking the information, sharing. This one guy doesn't have to be part of a giant conspiracy. He knows if he leaks the information, somebody's picking it up. Do you follow me? Are you smart enough yet? For the love of God. Before we go any further into our quick news and laughs, I want to point this out to you. We got some more criticism, and I wanted to share the criticizers with you. Or it's one critic to mock our wonderful, right here in the once great city of Washington D.C. Jesse Jackson, saying he not only denies the allegation, but he denies the alligator. We had another guy show up in the thread to tell you all, under one of my videos, to tell you all how pathetic that Jason is, how pathetic Jason is, and how ugly Jason is. So every now and again, as you all know, when a critic pops up, I decide, well, let's go have a look at who this guy is so that I can show my community, and so they realize, because there is this inclination online to conclude that everybody who is sharing an opinion is at least a normal person, an average normal person who has something valid to say. There's some sort of intelligence, there's something afoot there. But the reality is the opposite of that. These are my critics. Here's the guy that was just telling you all that I was pathetic and that I was ugly. So I decided do not try to look this guy up. Do not try to find him. But this is all public. So he's got this information out there. There's no doxing here. This is a video. He's posted many videos of himself. And in fact, I decided to go with this one because he is less ugly. He's got this beard that covers up how rancid this motherfucker's face actually is. So I decided I wasn't going to humiliate him as much as I could. But let's have a listen to a little bit of his song here, because he's also a great and talented musician.
Feeling it, I'm really living it. Don't want that shit. Keep your not a zombie, I'm not a zombie. be fool, not a zombie. People don't brainwash me in school, not a zombie.
Not a zombie, not a zombie. I'm not a zombie, not a zombie. Can't brainwash me. Not a zombie, not a zombie. This is the brain dead POS that was just in the comments telling you all how pathetic and ugly that Jason Kuna is, standing up for white well-being. This. So just remember that. When you see these comments from this human waste that wants to attack me, attack Go Free, attack the liberation of our people, these are the motherfuckers. And let me, if you can't remember, not a zombie, not a zombie, can't brainwash me, not a zombie, not a zombie. If you can't remember some of the others, I wish I had kept a file all along. I had to look to see if I could find, and it took a little while. And do you remember this one? This was another one, and he's also a guitar player. Look at him with his overalls right here. This is another The Hills Have Eyes kind of a guy. And this is another one that was a big critic of yours truly. And then you have, remember this winner right here? This was another big critic that said that I must be a Jew because I don't want to murder all the Jews on planet Earth. And so I had to cover up his little swastikas and everything of this dirtbag right here. I mean, this is a hepatitis-looking motherfucker, right? If you ever saw one. And let's not forget this one from South Africa. Quote, I have to be honest, talking about me and the work of Go Free. This is the weirdest shit. I mean, can you imagine this weird-ass motherfucker writing this? This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. If this is what you are trying to preserve, then I genuinely hope you fail. Now, this was another one who went on at several comments on several different streams about how weird I and Go Free are, about how weird Jason Kuna, how weird and strange. And what is he pushing? He's pushing the kill the Jews. It's all the Jews. You got to get rid of the Jews. It's the Jews' fault. You got to get rid of the Jews. Well, we're over here having victories for white people, improving white people's lives, changing the curriculum at schools where from anti-white to at least neutral to protect white children. This anti-Jew piece of shit in South Africa, one of many examples, was busy all over the place telling everybody how weird I am. And how strange, it was something else he said. Cringe. How cringe I am. Take a look at him. Not a zombie. Not a zombie. What a fucking joke. What a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to our let's get to our quick news and laughs, shall we? We know we got it around here somewhere. Don't we? We've got it around here somewhere. Yes, we do. The quick news, and laughs.
Problems were that Fauci and his underling, Deborah Birx, didn't even know the data. They didn't understand what was going on. I'm not sure they really spent a lot of time looking at it because they had these entourages following them around. And their policy was already a failure by the time I got there in August.
Let me point out, how do people like Anthony Fauci, a manlet, how do they get into power? Anti-whiteism. I was just talking about the kind of white men that are elevated in anti-white systems. And as the years go by and the systems get increasingly white erased, you'll see and have seen decade after decade, fewer and fewer masculine, capable white males, all the way to the point where the only place you'll be able to find them is in those places that they continue to serve anti-white. So they'll need white, capable men in some branches of law enforcement, in firefighters, in the military, to die for the anti-whites. But that will be the last places that you'll be able to find capable white males. Everywhere else, you'll find, if you see a white male, it's going to be the Anthony Faucis. So if you want something to blame for Anthony Fauci and everything that he did, you blame anti-whiteism.
Their policies were implemented. They wanted these strict lockdowns, school closures, mandates on masks, these bizarre distancing protocols, stay-at-home orders. You can't see your dying mother and father in a nursing home. They shut down medical care for other people who were sick, including cancer care, organ transplants. And yes, they failed. And there was already, as you mentioned in some of those studies I kept quoting, there was a significant damage because of even the spring 2020 school closures. 1 in 4 college age.
Yeah, just remember, this was all a consequence of anti-whiteism, white erasure in these institutions. That's how you got Anthony Fauci. Imagine a capable Western country that has a white positive social morality. Imagine the kind of white men that would be in charge. It wouldn't be a little degenerate, manlet girl who keeps an 1,100-page diary about how people said nice things about him. The white man in that position would be a beautiful, square-jawed, high-foreheaded genius, and he would probably ride Broncos in addition to doing the work that he had to do for the nation in this field. Unbelievable. How about give it up for Donald Trump? Just in, federal judge allows Trump administration to terminate the temporary protected status for, well, we've been hearing it about so many groups, and now it's the Sudanese migrants got to go back. They got to go back as well. Give thanks to Donald Trump and the Trump administration. Keeping it going here. This is the, the prosthesis. This poor lady. I think she might have this wrong. Here she comes. She's this one. Let's see. She's mighty thin. Looks like she already has some augmented breasts. I don't think that's the problem though. Let's see. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God. She has airbags on her ass. I love that she's not white. I love that she's non-white and did this. Oh my God. Yeah, when you decide you're going to go to Turkey or Brazil for some of that plastic surgery. Oh my fucking God. Man, when she gets buried, when she finally dies, that's going to be a hazmat situation. Look at it. Oh boy. Oh no, she's going to pop him. Money down, money. Oh, get your money out, ladies and gentlemen. Get your money out. Oh, they're going to pop when she hits the beach. Oh, they're going to pop when she hits the ground. Let's see. Get your bets in. Get your bets in. Oh, no. Just barely survived. How fucking gross. Look at this white pig. This anti-white white pig. Look at how hideous this thing is. Got every right to talk about this hideous anti-white pig this way because she was in a she's blind 100%, as if you couldn't tell, and of course deformed, and she was in a relationship for 2 years, I think, with a normal looking guy, a mid-range guy, until she was told by friends that she could do better than him. She couldn't fucking see him. She couldn't see him, but her friends who could said, oh no, he is not cute enough for you. You are wildly popular on the internet and you're so cute. You need to get rid of that guy, and what will really drive your popularity is if you get a non-white boyfriend. And that's what she did. This white pig right here went out and got herself. Here's the guy, by the way.
For like nearly 2.5 years.
So 2.5 years, this hideous thing was, look at this guy. Total normal looking guy. Like me, like the rest of us all ignored until females don't have their druthers anymore, and they got to start condescending to have interest in us. This guy apparently was very loving and caring and took care of her and everything for 2.5 years. Her friends said that he wasn't good looking enough for her, and even though she has no fucking eyesight, she decided to get rid of him and got herself this boyfriend right here who promptly robbed her, logged into her account, and redirected all of the financial gifts that she receives to his account.
I recently got ghosted by a man that took loads of money out of my bank account in front of my face. But obviously I didn't know he was doing it because I'm blind. But anyway, that's a whole different story. Let me know if you want.
So there she's telling the story about how he robbed. That's anti-whiteism. And that's the problem with white females, and those are the only ones I care about, deciding that they all deserve the top 10 prettiest faces of guys. No, you don't. You are mid. That means the guy you deserve is mid. Stop this idiocy. Here you have this anti-white animal. You've all, I'm sure, heard this story. He's walking around, punching white women in the face, knocking them out. This one, I don't know how she's doing. She almost assuredly has brain damage after being knocked out. Her eyes were rolling in the head, obviously concussed. This anti-white animal should be put to death for these crimes. He should be found guilty and put to death. That would be justice. That's how the white man's norms operate. Execute him immediately. But you know what it sounded like in this video? It sounded like this white female who he attacked said hello to him, which is a bit grating for all of us ordinary white guys who can't even get a white female to make eye contact, much less say hello to us. So there are lessons here to be learned from every angle. White people commit more child sexual assault, and then here are the white people.
Love my boy Joshua Hames. That was a viral clip.
Obviously, check the data. How do they get listed as white? Anti-whiteism. Here we have another female raping children. The women are doing really well being enthroned in the position of leadership. Doing real well. Raping all the kids. I went to the Apple store because my phone's acting weird and told my wife not to text me anything questionable since someone else would be handling my phone. This came in while the employee was literally holding it. From Jennifer. I bought you new underwear. We're going to get to the bottom of why you keep mysteriously shitting yourself every day. I love you, and we'll figure this out together. Oh, here's a white female teaching the kids, hey, we're voting for anti-whiteism.
Who are we voting for, boys? Abdul.
They're voting for, well done, white, anti-white pig, teaching the little white boys, probably divorced the man who is the father of these children, and they're all going to vote Abdul. White erasure. Take a look at this little guy here. If Jewishness were a dog. All right. Here you have another white female. Wow, well, this is Jane. She started a charity and currently leads a running club for refugees in Manchester, England. Wonder why things keep getting worse.
Yeah, well, it's faster. So.
Well, got to address the anti-whiteism. We'll be talking about women today. We had another clip of this.
Coca-Cola. I'm going to need an explanation for this. All right, we're going to do this one live because I don't want to see any comments that, oh, this is a conspiracy theory, blah, blah. You can see we're on the Coca-Cola website URL right there.
Let me see if this is actually it. No, that's not it. We got a video. You've probably seen this. The guy types in, Allah is great and etc. Gets to Jesus, and the Coke won't allow you to personalize your can with Jesus is great or Jesus is good. And I had a video, I don't know what happened to it, of a female. Is this it? Yeah, so let's watch this.
I've been learning so much about what is good and what is bad on Coca-Cola's website just all night tonight. Let me show you.
All right. This one's good. Let's
Satan
see.
is
What
good.
about... All right, what about this one?
Jesus is good.
No. 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 Probably is bad. Yes, got it.
You can add Jesus is bad to personalize your Coke can.
Right, got it right. Here we go. That is allowed. Ooh. All right.
Pedophilia is good, is allowed on Coke cans to personalize it. And it just goes on and on. Anti-whiteism. The only way to address it is with the Go Free dialogic. Two Good Samaritans jumped in here. Look at this anti-white animal. Attacks this old white man, or presenting as white, 70-some years of age, 34-year-old animal. This is one of those scenarios where, by God in heaven, it would be so nice to be present for this, because this guy would not leave vertical. He might get handcuffed, but he's going to be taken out horizontal when I'm done. He attacks. He tries to rob. Two guys run over, and they prevent the robbery. The old man gets thrown to the ground. Anti-whiteism. You want to change it? You got to get on board with Go Free. Trump administration really appreciates how many thousands of locations this is happening in, the actual millions of legal immigrants who are flooding every industry. So this is in Connecticut, and this is an advertisement to make Indians, specifically Indians, your police officers.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम पुलिस ऑफिसर पटेल है. मैं इधर मेरिडन पुलिस विभाग से काम कर रहा हूँ.
This is a recruiting video in Connecticut. It's going to become Connecticut Delhi or whatever, Connecticut Ganges, if we persist in allowing these other strategies to lead our defense. This just keeps getting worse and worse. I mean, how dumb are you? If you haven't come to Go Free, you are a dumb son of a bitch. When you finally get a look at her tuna taco. Look at the dog. He's like, no thanks. Oh my God. Let's see. This is Dad talking about, and this most important thing about owning a home: always sleep naked. And his son says, "What? Why?" And the father says, "There are two types of men in this world, son: those who fear having to fight a home intruder naked, and those who intend to." Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Elon Musk rips the Red Cross after they got caught deleting a shocking video and praised a Muslim migrant, anti-white terrorist who invaded Britain and killed a woman. That's the Red Cross. Time to defund the anti-white Red Cross. Over in Lithuania, they're not messing around. This black woman decided to insult white people on the basis of them being white. And the police department has charged her. Black woman faces jail in Lithuania for mocking white people on the basis of them being white. Time for us to get some of those laws over here. Trump just banned birth tourism for the first time in American history. Give it up for the Trump presidency and administration.
History to ban birth tourism. So I want you to really let that sink in. This has been something that people have talked about not only for years, but for decades. The idea that people come here pretending to be a tourist, pretending to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland, they want to go visit a monument or go to a national park. But the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child. It gives them access under this broken system to welfare benefits.
Nobody else doing this. No Mitt Romney presidency, no John Thune presidency or administration, and absolutely no Democrat administration would do anything like this. The opposite will take place. They will go for the jugular of the white race if and when they regain power. It is up to you and me and us to promulgate the concepts that liberate our people, and those are the concepts in the dialogic of Go Free. It's now or never. Let's give it up for Stop Antiwhiteism. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Christmas in August with No White Guilt. Big love for Stop Antiwhiteism. Keep it going for that man right now. Brilliantly done. Cool Papa J Magic is right. It should be called birthright theft or something like that, because they're stealing our birthright. Oh, this guy talking about another white female embracing the anti-white, non-white invaders, and she got maybe what we could predict.
Oh, I love this for her. Paula, 27-year-old Spanish Red Cross volunteer who taught gender violence awareness workshops, was stabbed to death by her Moroccan partner. The 39-year-old Nabil Khalisi allegedly confessed at the scene after Paula tried to end their 4-year relationship.
Well. It's almost as if these anti-white, non-white invaders don't have the same biosphere. She expected that guy to behave far better than a white man. What a way to find out how wrong you were. Breaking: Muslim councilman caught stuffing ballot box. He stole his election. Democrats lie.
New video obtained by Local 4 shows a black pickup truck pulling up outside Hamtramck City Hall in the middle of the night, just days before the primary election. All of a sudden, the lights turn on inside the truck. That's when you spot 3 men inside, including what appears to be Council Member Abu Musa in the back seat.
The anti-white Abu Musa. They're just going to steal everything. They're going to steal everything. And so many people will have had their opportunity to fight back against this stolen from them by the likes of taboo grifters, by the likes of Nikki Fuentes and so many others who keep them focused on anti-non-white bullshit, or the Benny Johnsons or conservatives out there keep them focused on abstractions.
The same council member who is seeking re-election right now. The video then shows the driver getting out and stuffing absentee ballots into the drop box. The only problem? They don't all fit. He then starts pushing them in before reaching for 2 more stacks. The whole time looking around to see if anyone is watching.
Yeah, a bunch of fake shit ballots. And I'm sure this guy, when it comes to goats, is a champ at pushing it in.
After about 2 minutes, the group drives away. And get this, Local 4 found that it happened again, only 4 days later. This time, a different car pulling up with what appears to be the same council member in the passenger seat.
So they do the exact same thing. Repeat. Can barely fit all the fake ballots in. Here's a non-white female complaining about this. And here's a great example of what we argue, that non-white people will benefit from anti-whiteism being defeated. She, if she's a legitimate citizen here in the United States, deserves fair elections, as I deserve, as you deserve fair elections. If we defeat anti-whiteism, we'll have fair elections. That will benefit her just as it benefits us. If we don't defeat anti-whiteism, she won't have fair elections. We won't have fair elections. Do you remember when Ilhan Omar reportedly tried to fake an attack against herself and was caught within 48 hours? I certainly remember it. Yep, they never talked about it again. Hey, girls can play games as well as guys.
To all of you who think girls can't play video games as well as guys, watch this shit. To all of you who think girls can't play...
Man, she tore up them dishes. She's right. All right, 3 signs of low IQ people.
Signs you can use to spot low IQ people. They can't understand generalizations. For example, if you say men are taller than women, they immediately say, well, my friend is 6'1", and the average man's only 5'10". They just can't process statistical truths without finding one exception that they think will disprove the entire point. They can't hold 2 opposing ideas at the same time. Everything is either black or white, good or bad. For example, if a company makes bad products, then releases a good one, a low IQ person can't separate the two. The bad company is bad, so the new product must also be bad. So in the real world where things are more complicated, that kind of nuance just isn't there for them.
You know, right now, there are, either live and certainly in replay, it'll happen, that there will be actual midget wits that'll be saying, while this guy's talking, that isn't true. I know it's not true. I know an exception.
They can't separate the message from the messenger. If they don't like you personally, your idea is automatically wrong to them.
And that's a great point there, is that these people are evaluating how right or wrong, effective or ineffective a strategy is for the reclamation of our destiny based on whether or not, since they are losers, they identify with the loser in the form of a taboo grifter who is articulating a claimed pretextual strategy, so they just assume that it must be right. Another great example of it. Instead of being able to evaluate it for themselves. Hey, here is Abdul El Said up in Michigan saying how much he hates a particular town. I guess it's Mackinac Island. And maybe I don't know if they have a property there for senators or what it is. Looks beautiful to me. And my white biospirit.
I hate Mackinac so much. It's funny because, like, if we win, this is going to be the, like, summer home. I'm just gonna be like, every time I've ever come here, I've hated it. Why am I here?
They hate how white it is. White in the white people present, white in our projections made manifest in the form of civilization on the island. That's why they hate it. And they will white erase it.
In my role as the White House chairman of the White House Transparency Task Force, we released some new documents. What do they show? Arizona's largest county suffered a significant breach of its election data in the days before the 2020 presidential election. Yep, the one that they called the most...
Mackinac. Thank you, Joe. So, more evidence of the election being stolen.
Secure wasn't. Well, how did it happen? A self-described hacker foiled security and scraped 633,000 voter registration files from Maricopa County's website. The Biden Justice Department, by the way, the FBI then...
What can we say? White erase standards for how elections should be handled.
Solved the case. They actually they got the guy to confess. They found the hacker who took 633,000 files, and they got him to confess. And you know what? The Biden Justice Department, the Arizona Attorney General's office, and 2 local prosecutors would not charge the man with the crime, even though it caused...
So you have all these anti-whites out there that say, oh, there's no proof of anything. Every judge that's ever had the case before them didn't find anything, except there have been like 800 some odd cases or whatever it is, and no judge anywhere has reviewed any of the arguments. They just dismiss. Anti-whites and nodes of power. Check it out for yourself. And thankfully, you have the Trump administration in the form of this guy right here pursuing and publicizing all of the theft, one right after the other. And they're going to prosecute where they can. But you know damn well and good that a John Thune Republican administration in the White House wouldn't be doing any of this. They would say, well, it was legitimate and we're moving on. And that would be the end of it. You better be thanking your lucky stars for Donald Trump. You're really going to hate yourself if 5-10 years from now, you have a very different United States where they're coming to your home to drag you out for your resistance to anti-whiteism, and you were cussing and undermining Trump the entire time. This is pretty good. This is pretty funny.
Hey guys, I just asked my boss what he would do if 4 really good-looking firemen came into the office.
I knew it was going to be something. Display the fingers and the thumbs. And...
They really asked, how would you eat 4 ice cream cones? And then they come back with the other video. What here for? And some firefighters showed up. Oh my God. Oh, listen to this poor woman. What she discovered about herself.
Read a script for a class. And my boyfriend at the time and I had this big passionate fight, and I wanted some validation. So I wrote his side down, I wrote my side down, and I cleaned my side up a little bit. And then I turned it in under fake names, and I said, this is the script I wrote about a fight that a couple had. And the entire class read it, and I got ready to hear their judgment. And the teacher said, this is brilliant. I didn't know you were such a good writer. This is amazing. Like, how do you come up with such an insane character? And I said, well, he's not insane. That's the thing. He's very smart. He's just very unself-aware, and he digs himself in his hole, and he keeps getting deeper and deeper. And he's like, no, the female character, she just, it's mind-boggling. My brain wanted to explode. I've never met such an aggravating, crazy person. Like, how do you even conceptualize that as an idea?
His writing teacher wanted to know how she wrote someone so insane and insufferable as herself. And finally, one more, like the guy before, actually working at an ice cream parlor. He didn't take it as well. Oh.
Do if 4 really good-looking firemen came in
You
here?
did not. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Tell them the truth. You're fired.
4 at a time? Light work. I could do 4 at a time. I could do 2 in each hand, but it'd probably be easier if I did 1 in each hand. You lick the top, eat the whole thing, other one, then grab the other 2 and do it. Lick, eat, 4 done.
Oh my God, that's funny as hell. Let's rock.
You preach of love, equality, and peace, while erasing my kin, you're a vile disease. Sanctimonious souls with lies and deceit. You speak of humanity but wish us obsolete. You brand us with guilt for your anti-white gold, but I see your scheme, your rotten soul exposed. I see you now, you snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn. Justice yet cover our name, erase our history, except where you defame. You whine for empathy while you conspire to snuff out our people, fan anti-white fire. But your masks are slipping, your guise is decrepit, your patheticness like bad trains to flee the credit. I see you now, you snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn. You want us to bow, to fade, to kneel, but we stand tall, your lies revealed. You preach your love, but seethe with spite. Anti-whites exposed, we receive your blight. In the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With
Give it up for the great sloths, ladies and gentlemen. Creator of that epic music. It is August, and yet it is Christmas in August with NWG. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our Perspicacious Comments. Let me know that you can hear me okay as we work through our Perspicacious Comments before we get into Jason Arday and his theft and how that impacts you in every aspect of your life. You'll be surprised how it does. We also, of course, are going to be talking about this awful film that's coming out very shortly. And women, why do they want everything to be helpless? So stick around. Perspicacious Comments, ladies and gentlemen. Perspicacious Comments. The other night, I had a dream about MCs, says Pappy the Wanderer. Using MCs in the dream. That's a great sign that you are achieving another level of liberation from the anti-white narrative when you're dreaming about these things. Remember that, folks. Keep that in mind. Specifically the MC, that there is no Western civilization without Western kind, and that Western civilization is within us. Just shows how profoundly powerful Go Free is on the subconscious mind. Additionally, I keep hearing the word erasure used to describe the erasure of various miscellaneous things, which is good to see, even if it is not directly speaking of white erasure. Absolutely. Let's hear it for Pappy the Wanderer, ladies and gentlemen. Perspicacious Comments got just a couple more here. The great Cool, the great Papa, the great J Magic in the Perspicacious Comments today says, speaking of the resentment sphere, I've often wondered how it would have turned out for me if I had found the It's the J crowd first, when I was really pissed off and looking for answers. When friends and family were turning on me for saying things as simple as, quote, white people are not born evil, close quote. I think I've finally come to my answer, he writes. It only makes sense to me that I wouldn't have stayed long in those communities. For the same reason I broke out of the conservative sphere. Nothing we were doing was changing anything. And I actually wanted to do something that works. Let's hear it for the great Cool, ladies and gentlemen, the great Baba, the great J Magic. Big salutes. Keeping it going. Joe in the Perspicacious Comments yet again. He's got the longest string of appearances in the Perspicacious Comments. Joe writes here, Dallas's story sounds similar to mine. I started going free in October 25 when I saw a clip made by the great Tree Godfather. Remember that. When you're making these clips, when you are reposting them, when you are sharing, you are going to bring people the caliber of Joe here and his lovely family. He's got a great family, beautiful baby and wife. You're going to bring great people to white well-being. They're going to improve their lives. They're going to make the lives of their children better, and they're going to impact the world for white well-being. Remember that. He says here, I lived on the periphery of the community for a little bit. Before I knew it, I had read Go Free and bought into the movement heart and soul. No other method or strategy can revolutionize the lives of our people so completely, so rapidly, and all for the better. It's amazing how quickly our people can become champions when we begin to liberate our minds and bodies from anti-whiteism. Give it up for Joe, ladies and gentlemen. 07 Perspicacious. Hartman here. Hartman says, I have no perspicacious comment, just an amen, brother. That's perspicacious enough for me. Hartman, ladies and gentlemen, 07 Perspicacious Comments. Daniel is in on the Perspicacious Comments. He says, I just heard a guy mention that he's part native to gain credibility inside the pro-white space, a pro-white space. Anyways, thanks for the lessons, etc. As always, let's hear it for Daniel, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. He's part native to gain credibility in a pro-white space, because the pro-white spaces are not pro-white at all. They're all just anti-Jew and anti-black. Western Sunrise makes an appearance in the Perspicacious Comments. He says, I appreciate the effort you're making to say sub-white instead of just white when condemning our worst. It's good to add the layer of protection against some of the more common meme pathogens, and it's a good reminder of what our standards should be. Absolutely, man. Big salute to Western Sunrise. Yes, we don't put up with the sub-white goblins around here. Thank you. Cordite is here, and he says, I wish my device had the memory capacity of the size of Rosie O'Donnell, so I could download and save all of your streams. These are so badass and memorable. Thank you so much, Cordite. Big testimonial, big salutes. Perspicacious Comments. Final comment on the Perspicacious Comments today goes to For White Well-Being. The efforts of anti-whites at 3 hours, 24 minutes, 28 seconds. The effects of anti-whiteism inside of us. A few years ago, I was with an extended family member for a brief occasion. I wanted to be with him, but I also wanted to warn him of anti-whiteism. When the conversation neared white erasure, I presented my concern for white well-being. In that moment, I was trembling in my body, like I'd been standing in a walk-in cooler. I was shivering involuntarily. Thank you for sharing that. It is a great demonstration of the power of anti-whiteism and its pernicious effects on us individually and our people collectively, that we are so aware of the negative repercussions for caring about white people, which has been condemned as immoral according to the social morality of the West, that it's inducing these tremors, these trembling, this trepidation. He says, after he showed clear white sympathy, even white positivity, I pointed out that I was physically and psychologically stressed to discuss white well-being, not at all on a conscious level. Him being an honorable Westman, it was the anti-whiteism, the anti-white poison inside of me. Let's hear it for the great For White Well-Being, ladies and gentlemen. Big Promethean salutes to you, and that is the Perspicacious Comments. What a great time. You're tagging me as @ no white guilt, and @ no white guilt, nothing touching it, and I'll take a look at what you have to say on and across the numerous platforms that we are streaming. The great Anglo-Saxon is with us today. Joe says, thank you and good news. There's another baby of the West on the way. Well, let's get some 07s, 007s for Joe and his lovely wife. How awesome is that? We just had a baby. A little daughter of the West that was born. Now we've got another baby on the way. Big salutes to Joe, and let's get some real crepitant emojis. Crepitating emojis for Joe and his wife, his lovely family. That is so exciting. Big Promethean salutes. Anti-whiteism 777 is here. I've been saying police are an anti-white foreign occupation force for over a decade, and it becomes increasingly non-white as it becomes in composition. It only becomes more obvious. Well, without question. Yes, you're right. You are right. Golden Serpent is here. Rapunzel and the Ivan and the Franklin. Janice is here. Sean, great to see you all, champions. Garlos and Ancestral Wolf are here. Welcome, welcome. Who else do we have here? Hello to everyone. Thank you for coming over. Julian, Stumbling, Odinsaya is with us. Thank you all for stopping by. Remember tagging me as @NoWhiteGuilt, @NoWhiteGuilt. We'll be getting to our news items here. Jason Arday. Who is this guy? We talked about him 2 weeks ago. Wasn't 3 weeks ago, was it? We shared about him, and there wasn't a lot being said at that time about him. And of course, he was a professor at Cambridge, as I recall, and he lied about everything. It's part of anti-whiteism, is how it works. He is a recipient of a white erased position, a white erased professorial environment, white erased academia, and they have to have collateral beneficiaries when they white erase. I don't know if you could tell. Can you tell that the tie is actually striped red and black? Maroon. It's looking fabulous. And of course, he was immediately elevated to stardom and celebrated because that's the anti-white narrative. It has nothing to do with reality. You get to see so many opportunities to see how what I share is true and accurate as we go through these different stories week by week. And how many times have I said that the human animal lives in a narrative? It doesn't live in reality. And this narrative across the West, and therefore really across the world, is the anti-white narrative. Across the world, because of the influence of Western countries, for now, is the anti-white narrative. It is almost entirely fiction. It's fictionalized reality. And so many folks, because they are insecure, they want to say, no, not me. I live in the real world. Well, by God, I know I live in the real world. Nobody can fool me. Except your wife's cheating on you right now, or your girlfriend's cheating on you. Nobody's fooling you. But your wife or girlfriend is cheating on you, hillbilly. This is the mentality of people who are insecure, dullards, obstinate morons. And but you can see, for the rest of you who deserve to be here at Church of the West, you can see how, my God, it really is a story. I mean, the most educated, and maybe some of these people are overly and wildly educated, they participate in the fictional narrative to the point where they regularly will bring in these people who suit the fiction, but who have no substantive real world accreditation, history, accomplishments, and on, right? So let's get into the story once again, of Jason Arday. And a big thank you to Tree Godfather for sharing these little items, these little tidbits associated. This female right here is one of the females. Now, how did she get her job? She's one of the females responsible for hiring Jason Arday. This is the person who appointed Jason Arday as a professor at Cambridge. I mean, these places that we created, we built, we continue to maintain, we provide the electricity for, we do, all white men do it all. And we filled with our learning and our genius. And because the white race could not see the battlefield on which the war against us was being waged, whites thinking, oh, it's got to be on like a physical battlefield, it's got to be with punching and shooting and everything, completely ill-prepared for the actual war that was waged against us at the dinner table, at the lathe, at the water cooler, at the bus stop, attaining and holding a moral high ground in all matters of socio-political relevance. They couldn't see that. They refused to listen to me. Thankfully, now we have this community here that is pushing the powerful lexicon and dialectics out into the world, and those things are being adopted exactly as they are planned to be adopted. But this is why these institutes, Cambridge is garbage. Zero respect. Higher learning. She is Sanita Aline elected, I don't know which is better, no glasses or glasses, elected master of, is that Jesus College, despite having had no academic career herself. So she is another character from the anti-white narrative. What do we know about the anti-white narrative? Especially when it comes to blacks, they're angelized. They are supremely intelligent. They are supremely in touch with the universe. They are supremely in touch with nature, supremely in touch with the Creator. They are infinitely oppressed, suppressed, undermined, long-suffering, and they've endured so much of it politely. And it's only right that now they are the great recipients of the white erasure of our institutions built by white men. And so that's how she got her position. That's how, when she, even though she has no academic credentials, whatever she wrote on that curriculum vitae, CV, resume, whatever it is, whatever she wrote had to be believed, was believed. And that's a little tip for how this intersects with your life, with all of our lives, and why Go Free is so important. Let's see. She ran a media company and appeared on radio and TV promoting diversity, for which she got an OBE. She accepted all Arday's fake claims about having held previous professorships at Glasgow and Ohio universities without checking them out. No, that would actually be immoral to doubt them. Anti-white narrative, social morality of the West. It would be, do you see how futile it is to attempt to resist anti-whiteism and why we've gotten to this point? The real reason we've gotten to this point, by using abstractions. Do you see how futile it is to resist this social morality that achieves these outcomes by saying enter? How futile, inane, inept. No wonder the SPLC pays for it. She was incompetent to check out his research because she's never done any research herself. He went on faking it for years and publishing it under the college name. She should now be sacked, required to return her lavish salary and transfer her pension. Now, this is the kind of wish listing of a cuckservative bitch. It disgusts me. After the fact, once their abstractionizing cuckservatism has failed, they then turn around and say, well, I got some more wishes for you right here. Let me break out my wishes. I got wishes right here. First wish, she should be fired. Second wish, she should have to pay back that salary we paid. Third wish, shut up. Shut up. You failed. All of your abstractionizing and wish listing failed. That's how she's in this role. The social morality of the West, as a consequence of the anti-white narrative, ensures that this will happen. You cannot get out of this any other way. So she should be required to pay back the whole... So I want to ask you, because there's so many spokes to each of these items and how these anti-white spokes intersect our lives. Here's another one for you. What if you had disagreed with her? What if this anti-white pig, black pig, anti-white black pig here, had said X, Y, or Z, and you said, no, it's A, B, or C? How would you be held? In disdain. You would be held as wrong. You would be observed through squinted eyes of suspicion. Are you some kind of racist? You would disagree with this completely incompetent dreg here. What happens when you have a society that, as a consequence of the social morality, installs ignorant, low IQ frauds like this in our educational institutions, in our government bureaucracies, in our businesses, and you can't disagree with them? What happens? Well, we end up having to go along with their pronouncements, their conclusions, their pontificating. We end up having to submit to it. And in fact, because of the social morality, to submit to it, to agree with it, to laud it, celebrate it, champion it, elevate it, is considered moral. That's how this works. What happens when that's done on a grand scale? When that's happening at every institution of not just higher learning, but learning? What happens when it's being done at every institution of learning, in every bureaucracy, in every government, in every company like Coca-Cola? What happens? Our society reflects our biospirit less and less and less. And it feels, as a consequence, discordant, more and more and more dissonance in our lives as white people between us and what was our society, a white erasing society. And we're just getting started. The police investigated. The anti-white police, because of the social morality of the West, investigated the journalist, demonstrating that Jason Arday was a fraud. And now the police chief, since Cambridge, because of the mounting pressure, and rest assured, this kind of thing happened in the 2000s. This kind of thing happened in the 90s. This kind of thing happened in the 2010s. This kind of thing happened in the 80s. This kind of thing happened in the 70s. This kind of, and in all of these cases, but to greater degrees when we go backward in time, there are more cases where after the fact, people stepped up and said, well, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have been anti-white like that. What happens as we turn back around and start heading forward again through time, as things are getting more and more anti-white? What do we find? This kind of admission happens less and less. And in another decade, without Go Free populating throughout the totality of the West, in the mouths of our brothers and sisters, without that happening, in the future, there'll be none of these. The police will investigate. There'll be charges. It's immoral to investigate whether or not Jason Arday has lied about everything for which he is lauded, celebrated, enriched, empowered, provided sex partners, and etc. Everything. Become a great recipient of all that the white man has created, including his white daughters. So it is immoral. Since it's immoral, it's going to be written in as illegal. But until we get to the point that it's actually written in the law as illegal, we'll just dilate and redefine the laws on the books to make it illegal. So the police chief says, quote, we dropped the ball on that one. Sorry about that. He said, we dropped the ball. Let's not beat around the bush. That they investigated, intimidated, by way of the color of law at a minimum, the journalist who was revealing that this guy, Jason Arday, great recipient of the wealth and might and power and genius of the West, was a fraud. Imagine in the future how many journalists, how many academic peers, how many aspiring academics are going to challenge the Jason Ardays of the future or the Alines of the future. How many will challenge them? Zero, because the police will investigate you. Why should we thank the mythomaniac doctor, or about as much of a doctor as MLK, Jason Arday for giving us a 101 on how our institutions destroyed themselves. There he is right there. I must say, in his family lineage, the only of them that had any sense were the parents that gave him the wonderful first name of Jason. After that, everything went wrong, I'm afraid. But let's listen to this guy on Instagram sharing his opinions on Jason Arday and how we got to where we are.
This is Jason Arden, a brown clown who was made professor at Cambridge University by a mentally challenged staff. How much of this scandal was caused by the desire of successful white academics, mainly feminist women, to be filmed while they stare deeply into the eyes of magical black people? This is exactly what happened. These are those feminist white people who put that brown clown in a position of professorship.
You see what he gets wrong there. We don't know which ones are feminist or not. And we can see that not all of them are white or female. But what do we know about all of them? What can we get right? That they are all anti-white. You're welcome, white world.
At Cambridge. But let's be real. It shouldn't be about the guy. Yeah, the guy is a serial pathological liar who claimed he ran 600 miles in 30 days or so, or 6 days, or that he ran 30 marathons with broken legs and had a seizure. No, he didn't do any of that, and he certainly didn't write his own resignation letter. He used AI, and then the AI plagiarized someone else's.
So even his resignation letter? Wow.
Resignation letter. What's going on here is that higher education staff has become so effeminate, effeminized, and feminist that they will put absolute imbeciles in positions of power and influence.
And remember, all of that, effeminate, feminized, feminism, subsets of anti-whiteism, consequences of anti-whiteism. But he has a funny little twist of phrase that he uses here that endeared me.
This tells me something more about the direction of Western civilization. You see, when we allow old vaginas to decide who should be in positions of power and influence, this is exactly what happens, and your society will die. This is how societies die. And the only way to stop this is when young men, yes, young men, overthrow the rule of the old vaginas. Depose them, all of them. That clearly means women's suffrage was a mistake and women should no longer be allowed to vote. Because you women, although you can choose who you sleep with, you do not get to choose who men are ruled over by. And your brown clown idiots are not going to rule over us. Do you understand that?
I'd say he's upset. The old vaginas. Well, there are a lot of them on the male side as well. Both male and female, old vaginas. Cambridge University is England's second best university, but it's now bottom of the class, as the case of Jason Arday confirms. No one does dumb like the smart people. In 23, Cambridge made Arday a professor. He became the professorial chair of sociology and education. Imagine the prestige. Again, how do you compete when you disagree with such people? How are you able to compete? He is not just a professor, but the head of the professorial chair of sociology and education. That's what he is. How dare you disagree with him, you racist? So impacting every aspect of our lives. And that's not even the one I'm talking about yet that impacts every single one of our lives constantly. These fields, according to the author here, produces politicized gibberish and call it scientific research. The conservatives have been saying that kind of thing since I got involved. Oh, it's just gibberish. They teach gibberish over there. Really? Well, they continue to write policy for it. But it's gibberish. But we got to do something different than call it gibberish. It's anti-whiteism. That's what they write there. Guys, you could just see this guy, this cuck guy, with like a comb over of like 3 hairs in a dirty t-shirt. God, shut up. Arday allegedly went above and beyond inventing results to fit the ideology. The ideology of what? Anti-whiteism. This guy fit perfectly in. He was more than bright enough to say, I'm going to give these dumb white people what they want. I'm going to be the golden for them. Angelized black guy for them. Because that's in their fictitious narrative. That's what I'll be. And I'll make up anything, they can't challenge it. He invented himself. And Cambridge, the place that split the atom, discovered the structure of DNA, and formulated the rules for soccer, played along. So, I mean, how right am I? This is better than walking on water. This is better than walking on... This is walking on water and then deciding I can breathe the water and swimming through it like a dolphin and then popping out and then landing on it again. How right am I? Why would an institution, what could motivate the entities, the human beings that compose the institution, that accomplish these things, to play along with this farce? The social morality, the anti-white narrative. The topic for today's class is that modern classic, quote, how our institutions destroyed their credibility, stupid. When American universities caught the cold of Black Lives Matter in 20... So here is the myopic approach to all things anti-white. Started in 2020. Britain's lefty academics sneezed. They caught the cold. Cambridge had fewer than a half dozen black professors. English, and how many of those were legitimate? And what were the anti-white white people teaching in those environments? And how long had they been in those roles? I would submit they probably were anti-whites that had been in there and were tenured and there forever, teaching anti-whiteism, victimizing the white race, providing the gibberish that became policy in the world that victimizes white people. And now that they're retiring, now they're bringing in the non-white anti-whites. That's my guess, being that the country was almost 100% white when so many of these academics got started. Enter Jason Arday, the son of a Ghanaian immigrant, an artist, epileptic, and dyslexic. Arday could not read or write until he was 18, but in 21, he was already teaching at Glasgow University. His specialty was detecting bat squeaks of racism in education policy. So there you see how the policy that these people create, the conclusions that they come to in these positions, result in policy that undermines our welfare and well-being. What kind of things do you think Jason Arday's anti-white predecessor, what kind of conclusions do you think that person was coming to? She or he, old vagina. What kind of conclusions? Anti-white conclusions. That's how we get to the point where there is a population that is willing to accept fabulous fantasies in the place of reality to enthrone a magical grow from the anti-white narrative. Cambridge University touted the 37-year-old as the youngest black person ever appointed to a professorship at Cambridge. Arday wasn't just a DEI redeemer, anti-white, white erased employee, and a balm for white liberal guilt. Notice how this author writes capital B for black person, lowercase w for white, telling you everything you need to know about this author, and that he or she is a conservative. When he wasn't purging racism from schools, he was a world-class endurance runner. He claimed that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days. Like, what? 9 of them with a fractured leg that had swollen to twice its normal size. He covered 600 of these miles in only 6 days, despite his fractured leg. He was within trotting distance of the men's world record, which is 650 miles in 6 days. He also claimed he raised more than £5 million for charity. No proof. And it would be immoral to ask. These feats beggar belief. His biography is full of similarly absurd accolades. The media rushed to acclaim Arday. Universities competed to employ him, each of them writing bigger and bigger, more zeros on that check, and posted his inspirational biography on their website. Simon & Schuster published his memoir. No evidence for any of the claims. Simon & Schuster wouldn't piss on me if I were on fire. Quote, great and unforgettable things, it's called, close quote, which, at least for now, is coming out on Tuesday. In 25, Arday said a masked racist threatened him with a knife. Was he in Chicago? He said a severed pig's head was dumped on his parents' doorstep. All part of the anti-white narrative. Now, claiming, asserting, averring that this is absurd and didn't happen doesn't change the reality that there is an audience of our brothers and sisters in their millions that will either legitimately believe it or will feign to believe it. You have to address that. Arday has struggled to sally forth evidence for any of these great and unfortunate claims, athletic or criminal. Many of his other most impressive achievements seem to be crumbling under similar scrutiny. As the saying goes, some ideas are so stupid that only intellectuals believe them. Arday was an obvious fantasist, a Walter Mitty on the River Cam. I guess Walter Mitty is that story about the ordinary guy that has all the fantasies. River Cam, I don't know if that's an actual river. Maybe somebody can fill me in. Cambridge, so a river near Cambridge. Or there's a river that this author is renaming River Cam because Jason Arday is the professor at Cambridge. Or it's a river as a metaphor. Cam for Cambridge and the academia at Cambridge. When a researcher named Nathan Kofnes ran Arday's 2015 doctoral dissertation through plagiarism detection software, he found that Arday's thesis appears to have lifted more than 100 passages from Paula Zwadik-Meyer's 2009 thesis. Swadiak. Some suspect he faked his research too. And if you remember, I went through when we first looked at this guy, and there were passages that he had lifted, just outright copied into his work that carried through the errors from the original. So he was just plagiarizing like there was no tomorrow. I'll just take this passage, I'll just take this one. The backers took his stories and research at face value. They saw only the color of his skin. Well, they saw that he was black. This is obviously a conservative, reducing it to just skin color, and his political potential. Socio-political, anti-whiteism, social morality, not political potential. When the lefty newspaper, The Guardian, asked him about his claims, Arday said, "To be honest with you, I thought you'd just believe me." And that's, of course, where he thought, close quote, where he thought the conversation would end. How does this impact your life? Often. How does this negatively, how does it impinge on your life, my life, the lives of all white people on a near daily basis? All aspects of our lives. You think Jason Arday is the only anti-white, non-white, or woman that has to be believed? You competed for positions in academia, enrollment to university that you tried to matriculate to. You competed while at university. You competed for a job, many jobs over the years. You competed for promotions, pay raises. You competed as a business owner to get grants and loans, to get business assistance, startup money, money to save the business. You competed with women and non-whites who, as a consequence of the anti-white narrative, are able to claim fantastical feats and achievements that cannot be questioned, because to question them is immoral. Jason Arday is just the hood ornament on the Mack truck running over all of our lives. Every component of that Mack truck, a non-white or a female that can claim anything they want about their achievements, their successes, and not be challenged. But you, as a white guy, have to prove it all. And it doesn't even really matter in the final analysis because you're still a white guy. So I want you to think about the victimization of the white race in this respect. That while we have to, as white males, and increasingly, thankfully, white females, we have to pay our dues. We have to achieve. We have to get the straight A's. We have to be there every day. We can't have a record of not showing up because we've got excuses that have to be accepted because we're female or non-white. We've got to do it all right as we compete with females and non-whites who can be fantasists, who can fake the whole thing from start to finish. Impossible human achievements like this Jason Arday. Your resumes, your CVs have been juxtaposed, females and non-whites resumes and CVs that contained the exact same kind of fantastical achievements that could not be questioned. Now, what happens at these big companies, Fortune 500s and etc., when they have two candidates and you are one of those candidates and you went to whatever university and your grades are real and your actual achievements are the ones a human being could achieve, you had to have a job, you had to pay, there's only so many hours in a day, pay for your schooling, pay for your food, pay for your housing. And the other resume is of some non-white or female anti-white who magically is able to do more things than there are hours in every day. not only is there the motivation of one candidate is obviously superior to the other, but there's also a legal motivation, isn't there? Because what would be the reason for hiring the white guy whose resume isn't as impressive as the black guy's resume, as the white woman's resume, as the Hispanic guy's resume? What would be the legal justification? There wouldn't be one. They have to go with the liars legally. But it's worse because you can't change the laws and fix this. They're going to go with what is moral. And what's moral in that moment is that you, white man, even after I just articulated the reality of that scenario for the totality of our lives, you, white man, according to that anti-white narrative, live on top of the world and everything is just given to you. No wonder so many white guys are committing suicide. No wonder so many white guys are checking out. They don't want to try to have a job. They want to just game. No wonder. So you see stories like this, and you see so many others in the white resentment sphere and the taboo grifters, and they don't dig down into any of this because they don't care. They might not even be intellectually capable of digging down like this. But they ultimately don't care about you. They don't care about that little white boy that's 5 years old today and what kind of world he's going to find himself in. They couldn't care less. This is just an opportunity, as you see with this conservative author, to mock the Cambridge, to mock the academics, to mock fields of science or so-called science. They've been mocking them and being sardonic and being sarcastic since 1950 in the conservative world. And here's where we are today. Have you had enough? Are you ready to do something to change the world? Now that you can see this is not just some remote comical, aren't they so weird at that institution? It's your life. Every sphere of it that's putting up with this. You're welcome. Remember to tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt. I want to see what you have to say. We're going to be getting into why women, very short, not a lot to say there because I want to revisit it on Wednesday with another subject matter, but we'll be getting into why women encourage helplessness and what can be done about it. And we're going to look at the new Daily Wire film, total anti-white, terroristic assault on the white race. They've deleted 2 of my comments. Almost immediately, they delete my comments when I post a mild criticisms of their movie. We'll take a look at that. The preview. It's premiering in September. Total trash. Want to hear what you have to say, but don't forget, it is Christmas in August here with NWG. So Ricky is saying, how does a 15-minute soliloquy that is black-centered, is that what it was? Is that what you got out of it? That it was black-centered? I'm talking about all of our lives being harmed, undermined, invalidated by the anti-whiteism that is visible in this case of Jason Arday, and you call that black-centered? You sound like a troll to me. Or really dumb. Are you serious? Ricky, are you serious? That's really dumb. Literally just got done talking about all of us. Literally. In all of our lives. And how we're all victimized as a consequence of this anti-whiteism. You're just a troll. A dumbass troll. Triple Seven says those contacts make her look like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. I think a female deserves a man one tier down from her since he's a man and brings more to the table and civilization, says Antiwhite 777. Eagle Heart is with us. Hello to you. Dean is here. Triple Seven saying, I know you had been a diplomat in keeping a hand out to Branca. What was the final straw that had you blast him when he clearly made the decision to pivot away from actually helping people with the claim that no one would know what the word anti-white meant? So instead he was going to call them racists and racism against white people and all of that kind of bullshit. More than smart enough to know. He knows, everybody knows what anti-white is. So he's making a conscious decision. He is very reminiscent to me of so many of these other functionaries, these little-dicked white guys in government. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's keeping a little diary about people saying nice things about him as well. Irish Peasant is here. Good to see you. Sent you a Rumble rant. I explained to Shiloh Hendrickson why she deserves nothing. I'll check it out, brother. Thank you. I tell them you would not see a dime, and all of a sudden, they get it. Well, I will definitely take a look. Independent Thinker is here. Good to see you. Roger. Remember to tag me as @symbol. No white guilt. No spaces, nothing touching it. Samuski says, what happens if you're driving along the west side, not a good neighborhood, and you see a Somalian driving a brand new Rolls Royce? I just saw that the other day. End anti-whiteism. Yes. Northern Virginia, the whole DC metropolitan area, is full of people driving exquisite machinery, exquisite, that don't have a lick of intelligence in their heads. And you can see it on their faces. Dean is with us. Sarah is here. Cindy Ben is in the house. Triple Seven says, you're missing a crucial element. You need to do your wish listing on a full moon under a shooting star. Yes. Celine is here. Good to see you. Mestizo Cough. Zizor is here. Hello, brother. Problematic Biospirit made it. What's your take on the burrito debate? I don't know what that is. Many conservative influencers already gave their takes on burrito costing $20. John Doyle, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles. What's the debate? The price? Is that it? Is it saying it's too much, too little? Westman is here. All right. You live in a treehouse is here. Hello and welcome. Myra is here. Hello and welcome. Winged Productions is in the house. All right. Women. And it's a little note I wrote to myself about something we are going to be addressing this coming Wednesday. So you're not going to want to miss it. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right here. We'll be live. Church of the West. We get together in the middle of the week. And we're going to look at a video by a guy who's talking about women and the kind of arguments that they're able to bring to bear specifically to in a relationship. And I'll be able to demonstrate how his contest, his conflict is taking place within the anti-white narrative, and as a result, he can't find his way out. There is no winning within their story. You have to leave their story. You have to go free of the anti-white narrative. So it got me thinking, and like I said, we're just going to touch upon this, and we're going to get over to Daily Wire. Why do women encourage helplessness? It's all about keeping the world in frame of their genetic purpose. It serves their genetic impulse to frame as the helpless and the nurturer, even if there is no desire or actual nurturing taking place. Once a child grows beyond helplessness, he or she loses the warrant to fit that frame, invalidating the woman's genetic purpose, i.e., invalidating her existence. This is why children and animals reared by women are so often dysfunctional and unhealthy. It serves the woman's frame to keep them in a state of helplessness. They also, women, impose an interpretation of helplessness on things that don't warrant it, such as anti-white, non-white invaders. This is a reality of our women. This is a reality of a female view of the world. It seeks at all times to frame all events and the world in a way that validates their genetic existence, so that primal genetic motivator to rear and nurture offspring is driving them at all times to frame all events, all things, all stories as helpless, the helpless, and nurturer. Again, there doesn't need to be an actual desire to nurture or the act of nurturing to frame this way. So you see so often that women create, as a consequence, with their decisions to maintain that frame, legitimizing their existence, children and animals that are incompetent, inept, sick, in far more cases than not. The data bears that out, of course, and every single woman out there with a pet, almost every single one that you've ever met, has a very sick pet, an overweight pet, a misbehaving pet. That's important to them at a genetic level because they need that helplessness to maintain the frame of the helpless and the nurturer. This is important, and we're going to talk more at length about it on Wednesday. It's important because it's something we have to understand about white women. And we have to, as a consequence, and we do with Go Free, vector it into a healthy channel. What's happening now, because of the anti-white narrative, is that it's vectored into an unhealthy channel. By enthroning women, we see so much of the evidence of this forced framing. You see as you begin to think about this, you'll begin to notice it everywhere. Where they are teachers, where they are leading nursery rooms, where they are, where it is the wife mother. It's the way she talks about the world. the way she talks about the family, the way she talks about the moment a child, for example, grows beyond helplessness. The child loses the warrant that legitimizes in the woman's psyche her existence. So it's a really deep subject, and it's not that it's negative or positive, but if you put it in the wrong circumstance, it can become extremely destructive, as we are seeing all around us, as we're seeing with so many of these morbidly obese kids and on the drugs and everything else that the women pile on top. The reason they're piling that on top is to legitimize their existence. This thing is still sick and helpless. I still have to be I still have to be a nurturer, or I still at least have to have the frame of the nurturer and the helpless. And again, we see they force the frame, like we're looking at the white woman that was murdered by her Moroccan lover. You see the way these white women, they show up on these beaches. You see how they embrace these people. They've pushed them into the frame of the helpless. It's important to note, as we leave the subject, that white males are never in the frame of the helpless. And that's why there is such callousness, coldness, disregard, because a powerful white man invalidates a woman's existence. So that's why you can't appeal to a woman to have her endorse and support as a powerful white man. You just impose. She is never going to embrace powerful white men, with the exception of maybe a wild romp in the night here or there. She is never going to validate it, because it invalidates her existence and that frame of nurturer and helpless. That's all that exists in the frame. We live in the bodies of animals. We have souls, but we live in the bodies of animals. We need to embrace and accept the reality of that part of our state. Never look to our women. It will never happen for them to validate the brave and the bold and the courageous and the dominant. They will only validate the beta male. They will only endorse the beta male, because the beta male fits into their frame to legitimize their existence. Let's get into Daily Wire. Anticipation grows. Watch the Run, Hide, Fight Infidels full trailer that just dropped. My God, it did. So I was one of the first people to comment on it, and they were like, your comment's gone. And then the next day I was like, I saw you deleted my comment, and I did an even milder criticism, and they're like, that's gone too. You're not allowed to criticize Antiwhite Benny and the Daily Wire, because they are the conservative par excellence. What is this film, this garbage film about? The enemies, the primary, the eternal enemy of the Jews, the sand enemy of the Jews, the Arab Muslim. Now, obviously, everywhere we interact with not all Arab people, but a percentage of anti-white Arab people, and the religion of Islam intersects our existence in a way that we are victimized, in a way that we are white erased, in a way, therefore, that we object to. So what it does, though, is they sort of blithely, and they think cleverly. I mean, this really, the age for this is gone. It's such a joke. But they think cleverly, they give us this, this eternal enemy, this eternal sand enemy is really the enemy that's going to destroy you and coming for you. It really has nothing to do with Benny and his people. It's you, white man, and your white women. And he's coming for you. And in the movie, they have these terrorists disrobe women, white women, and fondle them. All of it clearly geared to enraging white men. And say while they're fondling them, your women is whores. Your women is clearly designed to enrage white guys. But what do they do? What do they do? The anti-whiteism has moved so far along that they're not able to give us a Rambo or Schwarzenegger anymore, are they? They're not going to give you that anymore. Until or unless we begin pushing back at the social morality of the West, that's not going to happen. You'll see those kind of characters again as we begin to surmount the anti-white immoral imperative with the go free white positive moral imperative as the social morality of the West. You'll suddenly see Charles Bronson characters come back so that they can try to steer us back into anti-whiteism again with the rest of the context in the story and where the story leads. But for now, they can't give you that. So, who's the savior of the white race? Well, of course, a black guy. He's the savior of the white race, and specifically of white women. He's a genius. He's a genius in this film who's super brave because he goes to these institutions of higher learning where there are Arab Muslim groups. And of course, I haven't seen the film yet. I'm sure it gets much more anti-white than what I'm sharing and what we'll look at in just a moment. But there are at universities, and according to this film, and specifically at this one university, Arab Muslim pride group or whatever it is, and they don't want him to come and speak about the dangers of Islam. And they're very threatening, but he is so black and so brave. The two are the same. It's practically redundant. And he is so genius. That's also to be redundant. Black, brave, and genius all mean the same thing. And so Benny Shapiro is going to send the black, brave genius into the institution because all of these white people are clamoring for salvation, and it's got to come from a black Jesus. Isn't it? Doesn't it have to? Benny. So he shows up, and they're so proud. Amazing. How amazing. What a powerful and magnificent black guy. No, black man. No, they only say in the anti-white narrative, white guy. But in the anti-white narrative, it's never a black guy. I say black guy, but they always say black man. He's a black man. And when they're talking about white guys, the majority of the time, they don't even say white guy. They say white boy. He's a boy. And then all of you white morons go along with it. In fact, you're probably, if you are not in this community, if you're just trolling here, you probably even refer to yourself as a goy, showing that your penis is inverted and that your brain is smaller than your chickpea testicles. So, the powerful black man, genius, courageous, he is going to show up at the institution, and he's going to tell you about the dangers of Islam to you white females that are begging for a black male to come and save them. Not only that, but he is retired Delta Force. You see, he's the new Rambo. He is the new Rambo. Wasn't even Rambo. No, it was a black Rambo. And here's the newest updated Rambo. Black as can be. Delta Force operator extraordinaire. Fought them hand to hand, knife to knife, tooth to tooth, machine gun to machine gun in the trenches, in the hills, in the sand, in the mountains, in the jungles. He's fought in all of the territories against the evil Arab Muslims. And he's won because he's black. And the Muslim Arabs are not going to stand for it at this university. So when he shows up to speak, he's up there just trying to exercise his First Amendment rights, which black men gave us. because we're all just American. And he's there to save us. And in the midst of this, the Arab Islamists are not going to settle for this kind of speech, so they raid the auditorium and they throw grenades, and body parts are blown apart, and they start machine gunning, and the college kids are being slain, and the rest are captured. And they're taken to other auditoriums, and they're stripped of their clothing down to their drawers. And then that's where the Arab Muslims are fondling the white women's bodies and telling the white male audience about how their women are all whores as they fondle their bodies. Meanwhile, the white males are not doing anything, but the black man. The white boys are not doing it, but the black man is there. He's preparing. He's gone and he's found himself Delta Force operator gear. And he's going to go through their QuickTime, all of these Arabs, and save the white race. And of course, there might be a little white cuck male boy who follows him around, kind of like a jester, to support the black man, American. And that's what anti-whites at Daily Wire are giving us.
Your country is beneath contempt. We who love and serve Allah fought back against the Americans and the Zionists from the scourge of secularism and the lands of unbelief.
Anyone gonna listen to Captain Saunders tomorrow? The retired Delta Force soldier with a new book out.
He's the polar opposite of those brain-dead protesters.
Given the current climate, should Clay Saunders even be allowed on campus? Mr. Saunders is a close personal friend of Chancellor Friedman. This is a decision I cannot flatter.
There are three ways Islam will conquer the West. Through immigration, through the wombs of our women, and by using our nation's freedoms against us. Are you paying attention?
Are you?
Listen carefully. The great Satan, America, will fall. You are infidels. The bodies of women are not pure, and the men's souls are unclean.
What makes them so dangerous? Their goals are not in this life, but the next.
Anyone? I got friends here. I can't just leave.
Listen to me! In the law, we cannot run or hide from what is coming. We have to fight.
I will be rewarded 10,000 times in the next life. When you die, you're nothing. Only one way to find out.
That's the American way.
Yes, America, with your nose spread all over your face. Anticipation is growing for the Daily Wire's newest project, Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels, as the full-length trailer for the film dropped on Thursday. The subject matter couldn't be more timely. A follow-up to the hit 2020 action film Run, Hide, Fight, which I didn't even hear about, which dealt with a school shooting. Takes place on a college campus that has been taken over by violent terrorists in a situation that's chillingly true to real life. I mean, did you see the filth of the white supporting characters there? And there's a couple. It's a multiracial cast, and now it's exactly what I said going all the way back to high school when I said, you know, for now, you're going to have the multiracial good guys with a white guy leading, even though he's supported by a smarter white woman or non-white person or a stronger or smarter non-white male. Eventually, anti-whiteism will march along enough to where they will just get rid of the white guy that is the lead protagonist and look at your conservative institution, conservative institution, Daily Shithouse Wire, which is how they should be referred to. Share the spotlight with your ancestors. They carried a Promethean flame and were heroes. That's exactly right, janitor of White Noir. The subject matter couldn't be more timely. When a radical Islamic terrorist hijacked a liberal college's pro-Palestine encampment to enforce barbaric Sharia law on students and execute infidels in a makeshift caliphate, a ragtag band of red-blooded students, a security guard, tired of Uncle Tom smeared. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, he's been smeared, the black security guard, and a Delta Force vet must arm up to save their clueless peers. They literally write clueless peers. And keep America from surrendering to the enemy on its own soil. The log line of infidels says. So the clueless white students. The clueless white students have to be saved by the black security guard who's tired of being called Uncle Tom and the black Delta Force retired operator. I mean, this is such garbage. I would not tolerate it. It's such shit. I wouldn't tolerate it in the toilet along with my actual shit. What anti-white filth. Quote, there are 3 ways Islam will conquer the West, Majors says during his campus speech in the trailer clip. Through immigration, through the wombs of your women, and by using our nation's freedoms against us. So there it is. He's protecting our white women for us. Thank you. What makes them so dangerous? Their goals are not in this life, but in the next. His speech is interspersed with shots of radicals carrying out an attack on the venue. The attendees and Majors, of course that's his name, Majors, are seen fighting back against the terrorists. Fight back or fall, the trailer caption says. Heart-pounding drama unfolds. There's a shot of an injured pregnant woman, college girls being held hostage by... How much do you want to bet when this comes? I don't know where it's going to be released, and I don't know if I'll be able to see. I kind of would like to see it to expose more of the anti-whiteism in this film. So we'll see where it's going to be released in September, but I bet there is quite a lot more anti-whiteism in it. I bet you're going to have mixed race relationships, so white erased relationships between non-whites and white people, white males with non-white females, white females with non-white males. I bet there are going to be plenty of moments of illusion or depiction of white females being inspired, and in particular, or by the black male, but in particular, white females who doubted him because they are anti-white, and so the Islamists are anti-white, so they see them as allies, but they're going to have to rethink their values now that this black man has shown them how wrong they were. I guarantee you that's going to be present in it. Now I'm going to have to rethink everything that I thought up to this point. That's what it's going to be like. I mean, this is filthy anti-white trash produced by Daily Wire. And think about how much money goes into this. How much money anti-whites in the form of conservatives like Ben Shapiro and his supporters are able to put together to produce a film like this. But the good guys don't take it lying down. Majors takes charge of the situation, echoing the words of his speech. We cannot run or hide from what is coming, he says from the stage. We have to fight. That's the American way, he deadpans while leading the charge. Thank God. I mean, he is Mr. America. Fucking disgusting. The film makes a comeback to the industry for Majors. It's reported to be a return to traditional action-packed storytelling that's been missing from Hollywood. What filth? Debuts September 16th. So, there's your anti-white. This is what the cuck-servatives. Here's your blonde white woman. Here's your brunette white woman. The horrible Islamists. So this is the cuck-servatives, and in particular, so anti-white cuck-servatives, in particular, anti-white Jewish cuck-servatives in this case, at Daily Wire, who are saying, we've got to draw a line, but, you know, we like anti-whiteism, but we have to cleave off the desert enemy. And so we'll make a movie. And we'll teach white women how to view the desert enemy as different. And we still have to continue with the white erasure. This is Benny Shapiro. We still have to continue with the white erasure, but we can't continue to bring in the desert enemy. That's how they're going to fix things. Well, that's where we are, and we'll be back after this.
Was the man by the water. He walked the creek all day long. He had a tent with his daughter. I saw them riding home. Nobody wants them around. They are unwelcome here, bringing disgrace to their town, broken and living in fear.
These are gangs that have come across the border illegally, and their numbers have been growing because of our open border policies. Several homeless people were killed, murdered, and dismembered by these gangs.
Those people down by the park, hood rats, wicked and dark, chop you up if you don't pay, don't give a damn what you say. They waited for him to be asleep, and she was too. A real bloody mess they made of them, but that's nothing new.
lightning has struck. And this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, you feed on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars. Like a chain of fire, every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can take pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot, Nemesis. I'm not lost, Nemesis. Feel me right.
Let's rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Is the crowd going? I think the crowd is cheering. I think I hear them now. Yes, indeed. The crowd is cheering. We're going to celebrate our victories from this past week. So let's get that up on the board right now. Get out your raucous and your crepitant emojis. Remember what we read here from Friedrich Nietzsche out of Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. And there are so many around us, let me tell you, who cannot hear the music. And rather than work for the well-being of our people, they make of themselves an enemy of the white race. But not these champions. Anglo-Saxon NWG, on your feet, everybody saluting, raucous emojis. This is one of his victories here on Facebook, and as you can see here, we end up with 208 to start off explosively in service to white well-being. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, servant of the House of Swash. Keeping it going. He had a hell of a week. Here it is again, another Facebook, top of a Facebook post. You can read these when you pause and you go back through. Please do. Very smart stuff that's shared. 412 people gave a like to this post by the great Anglo-Saxon NWG General of the House of Swash. 80 shares for the love of God on Facebook. Keeping it going, Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. Again, remember, pause, come back and read it on your own. 288 likes, 34 shares, liberated. White brothers and sisters, give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Crepitant emojis, keep it going. Anglo-Saxon NWG still on Facebook. 445 likes, 59 shares and climbing. Give it up for this hero. What a godsend to the white race. Anglo-Saxon NWG back again, 188 more on Facebook with this post here, ladies and gentlemen. Show the man some love. Give him some 07s. Keeping it going for Anglo-Saxon NWG, still on Facebook. Another almost 600 likes and 84 shares to the credit of this hero in service to white well-being. He's a man that deserves your love. Let him know that you cherish him, of the House of Swash. Anglo-Saxon NWG still on Facebook. 1.4 thousand more likes on Facebook to the credit of this hero, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon NWG, over 217 shares. Look at this totally epic meme. My God, nowhiteguilt.org. Why aren't you retweeting this? Why aren't you making epic memes like this? Retweet these things. Magnify these heroes. He's still going on Facebook. 174 more likes, 20 plus shares, again to the credit of Anglo-Saxon NWG. He is on fire this week. He's also on Instagram, and here he is on Instagram. 366 likes on Instagram to the credit. Soul Safe, Anglo-Saxon NWG. He's back again on Instagram again. 362 more. I mean, are you measuring yourself by this guy? You really should. This is how victorious you should be. This is how hard you should work for white well-being. He's got a prominent place secured on our statues moving forward. God bless him. On Instagram again, 1,000 he's working on with this post alone. Who else is fed up with the anti-white villainy signaling? Powerful empowerment of our brothers and sisters. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. 3,222 giving a like to the great Anglo-Saxon NWG with this post. Who else is sick of the anti-white narrative? You promulgate this concept, anti-white narrative, you begin to liberate our people. Show the man some love. Crepitating emojis. Crepitating emojis for still my freaking God. Anglo-Saxon NWG, 1,396 more souls giving a like to this comment of systemic anti-whiteism. Jeez, this guy's just at every angle rocking it. Here he is again with 4,432 more likes, 23 replies, more, and this under Raging Europeans. Anglo-Saxon NWG, really show the guy of the House of Swash, a general's general, Anglo-Saxon NWG. We got this coming up, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have the cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. Here he is on Actual Justice Warrior. 154 souls saved. 22 replies to the credit of the cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. Show that swashing general some love. He continues. This time he's swashing on Frojax. 138 likes there, 5 replies. Give it up for the great cool Papa J, a Magic. Ladies and gentlemen, swashing beautifully. He continues. This time on Lotus Eaters. We are everywhere. That looks like 300, or is that 900? I think that might be 920 likes. 12 replies. Give it up for the cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. This in the audience of Lotus Eaters. Another one, an audience where you need it to happen. And he is just acing it. Talk about home runs out of this guy. We've got this coming up.
For instance, tattooed on their forehead.
We've got this coming up.
We
got that coming up.
She looked very
we even got this coming
what they're
up.
trying to do is trick her to.
We'll watch this right now, ladies and gentlemen, because we had too many victories to fit on the deck. This, of course, is the quartering. 61,000 people watch this.
In her career, I disagree with Matt saying Caitlin Clark might be the biggest coward in the history of sports. She refuses to say anything about the anti-whiteism she's been subjected.
Oh, nice. Let me know that you can hear me, that you can hear quartering there talking, because I don't know for sure. I think you can. But Matt Walsh says anti-white racism. The quartering translates it to anti-whiteism. Give it up for the quartering. Oh, my God. Big salutes. Big salutes, buddy. Big salutes.
Objected to since coming into the league. She punts on the trans question, which is the easiest question you could ever be asked. No spine. Well, to be fair, Matt Walsh and Megyn Kelly are paid millions of dollars to have political opinions. Caitlin Clark is paid millions of dollars to put a ball in a hole.
Give it up for the quartering and this glorious success right here. Big salutes. All right, let's keep it going.
I'm not.
Oh, we gotta watch this one now too, because we had too many on deck. We couldn't fit it. This is that Xanderthal? Now this is a video about Blair White. This video got 4,500 views, but Blair White's video that you're gonna watch got 337,000 views.
Trying to be me, and I'm trying to be very fair in this, by the way. I'm not going and grabbing random depictions of them from other roles, these actors. This is from the Odyssey trailer and the, stuff that they put out so far, pre-movie release. So maybe it hit a little hard when I said white erasure before, but I feel like that, if not that.
Like, why? Okay.
Yes. Even Blair White, if that person is going to say white erasure. Big salutes. 07s promulgating the concepts that liberate the white race.
If you want to argue she's not pretty enough to play Helen of Troy, I might even agree with that, because I don't find her to be particularly like beautiful. And I guess of all the times when that's relevant for a character or an actress or anything, it would be Helen of Troy. But I also don't know if we've even had the casting confirmed yet. Like, I will genuinely roll my eyes into the back of my head if what's her name, Lupita, I can never remember her last name, but
I don't know if there's nothing else there. But Blair White saying white erasure to 337,000 people is atomic. And then this guy, Zanderthal, coming in with 4,500 more views on that clip. Big salutes. Absolutely big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. That is huge. And we did that. And we did that by swashing on Donald Trump Jr., the number one son of this gentleman right here. There's a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed. Give it up for Donald Trump. Now let's celebrate and give thanks to Biospirit of the West, Franklin Ador, and Anglo-Saxon NWG, and everybody who helped and supported these two gentlemen, bringing a fraction of our victories from last week together so that we could break out the crepitant emojis and celebrate our people promulgating the lexical and dialectical power that liberates our people. Give it up for these champions. Now, for those who got into Donald Trump Jr.'s streams this week, swashing on him so that we could potentially get more of what you see on the screen, we want to thank Diplomat for Western Kind, Chadistan, the Ivan, the Franklin, the Biospirit of the West, all swashing over there magnificently and having glorious victories. Show these men some love. Come on, crowd, get into it. We're going to keep going with the celebrations. Let's give a big gratitude, crepitant emojis, to Anglo-Saxon NWG, making clips this past week that were completely epic. And we're hearing, I mean, you had people come by, for example, this clip maker, celebrate the one and only Tree Godfather for making clips this past week. Joe mentioned earlier that it was by way of one of his clips of the work that we do here that he was introduced, another productive, sterling champion in service to white well-being. Let's give it up to Anglo-Saxon NWG and the Tree Godfather making clips. And if you're not able to make clips, make sure that you are reproducing, pushing, reposting these clips everywhere you can. You never know who you're going to reach. Let's continue in a celebration as requested by the Tree Godfather that we celebrate on this glorious Church of the West, police officer body cams. Let's give it up for the body cams of police officers, ICE agents, and the rest who go into dangerous scenarios strapped to our men and our officers and record for us the reality of the world at a complete contradictory nature to the anti-white narrative. Let's hear it for the body cams. Crepitant emojis. Let's get some crepitant camera emojis for the body cams. Let's make sure that they feel the love from this community and the service that they're doing to white well-being. God bless you, body cams. Let's keep it going and celebrate Resistance, who this past week had 2 IRL victories, getting 2 different people to acquire Go Free. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Resistance and his effort to reach people in IRL. Continue celebrating the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, ForNull. Cornelius Nolan held a space the other day, and he was waxing epically on Go Free, and it was truly, head on over to his site. He could share, if he's still with us, he could share the link and on his channel and watch the replay. It was a heck of a good time, and this man is absolutely brilliant. He has fully embraced the lens of Go Free and sees the world clearly through it, and he shares a testimonial during that stream that it's played a large role, Go Free has, in putting him on the path of success as an adult. Let's show the man some love. Let him know how much you care about him. And, of course, we were listening to one of the great ForNull songs during our break before we came back here. Let's keep it going. A celebration for Azimuth Clark. Azimuth Clark had a victory this week, ladies and gentlemen, with Black Conservative Perspective. He said today's video was titled White Man Admits Black Culture. He said go to the 5-minute mark. Greg, a.k.a. Black Conservative Perspective, uses our word anti-white multiple times. If someone sees this, can they please clip it for the show on Sunday? I've been swashing on Black Conservative Perspective along with Team White Wellbeing, and we are having victory after victory. I'm noticing a huge increase in black people using anti-black and black erasure as the audience takes a breath instead of racism, writes Azimuth Clark. I also wanted, which is a huge victory for us, I also wanted to add in that Greg says, that's Black Conservative Perspective, says anti-white about 10 times in the video and says anti-black about 4 times. I highly recommend the entire video. But again, if someone could clip it, it would be a great victory. Well, it's a victory nonetheless, brother, because you were reading. God bless Azimuth Clark. God bless the OT. Everybody swashing on Black Conservative Perspective. And let's give a big attaboy, some raucous emojis, to Black Conservative Perspective for being able to identify the anti-whiteism in the world and calling it out as anti-white. Big salutes to Black Conservative Perspective and Azimuth Clark. Great work. I want to give a big thank you and Promethean salute to Janitor of White Noir for sending a number of videos of victories this past week to the great Franklinator. So let's hear it for Janitor of White Noir, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sevens, credit and emojis for the champion. And everyone else who recommended videos to the great Franklinator of victories that they are seeing in the world around them. Let's continue with our X-victories now. Let's keep it going for M2 out in the wild. M2, ladies and gentlemen, has 252,000 followers. It's a conservative account. She cut off our website, but look at what she still used. Diversity is code for white erasure. Nearly 20,000 views. So let's hear it for M2 at is that American with a number 1 for the I _ Barbie. Big salutes. Well done. Let's keep it going. Diplomat for Western Kind, ladies and gentlemen, working on 10,000 souls saved with the epic memeage right here in response to Elon Musk under Drew. And there you got Double V coming in for support. Let's give it up for the Diplomat of Western Kind and Double V coming in for the support. Completely epic successes. Matt Van Swole, ladies and gentlemen, is on the board this week. 105,000 and counting exposed to the dialectic of being targeted because she is white. Yes, you see that right, and you also see the concept anti-white right here. Let's give it up for Matt Van Swole. Over 100,000 exposed to the liberation of Go Free. Libs of TikTok made it on the board this week, nearly 200,000. She's also using anti-white. Give it up for Libs of TikTok. Look, there you have for White Wellbeing in support. Give it up for White Wellbeing. Give it up for Biospirit of the West in support. Give it up for Dude Bro Moment, the great Dude Bro Moment in support. Ladies and gentlemen, we are everywhere. And it is because of these heroes that you end up seeing Libs of TikTok reaching 200,000 people with the concept anti-white. Keep it going. Justin McDaniel working on 30,000 himself in this post under Asmongold updates. Let's give it up for Justin McDaniel. It explicitly says this happened, quote, to discriminate against white men, not, quote, gamers. He chides. Give it up for the great Justin McDaniel. General Swashbuckler. The Thunder Lunder down under 5,748 he empowers with this comment. where he uses the erasure of white people in the audience of Friend. On X, let's give it up for the Thunder down under London. God bless this hero. Keep it going. Our very own Joe we were talking about. Here we have Joe, 7,439 points on the board. Exposed to go free by this champion, same content creator Friend. Let's give it up for Joe and his swashbuckling general activities. Way of the World back again. I think that's 3 out of 4 weeks. I am very impressed. Let Way of the World know how much we appreciate this champion. He says white erasure does not happen without the complicity of most white people. 15.2 thousand souls saved. Anti-Whites of X. Give it up for Anti-Whites of X coming in to support. Big salutes to these heroes. Well done. Empowering our people with the language they need. Tree Godfather is up next. 2,443 souls he saves in the audience of Reddit Lies. Let the Tree Godfather know that you care. Dallas Malloy on the board. 4,879 souls saved in the audience of Brandon Gill. Give it up for Dallas Malloy. We're keeping it going. Boyle Spirit of the West, OT leader, in for 2,436 souls saved in the audience of Sonovich. Biospirit of the West, OT leader. Show him some love. Blake is on the board, supported by the Tree Godfather, supported by Joe. Give it up for both of those gentlemen. Blake here reaching 7,496, so 7,500. He writes, anti-MAGA is anti-white. Precisely. Big salutes. Crepitating emojis. Baltic Way, ladies and gentlemen, coming in. Another from the wild. The practice to the praxis to the practice. The practice to the praxis to the practice. 4,866. Working on 5,000 souls saved. Ladies and gentlemen, by this hero sharing white erasure right there. Big salutes. Joshua, he's doing it for us. 2,159 using anti-white. Give it up for white well-being in support. Give it up for Thane Eichenauer in support, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua, big salutes. Biospit of the West is back again. 3,835 more souls saved by the OT leader in the audience of Matt Van Swole. This here for Biospirit of the West. And here for Biospirit of the West again, working on 5,600. 5,600. I love this meme. Very stark, powerful. Bam, it's in your face. This in the audience of Matt Van Swole. Biospirit of the West continuing to rock the oceans like your bathtub. Joshua back again, 1,530. Here he is arguing anti-whites. This is what they do. Give it up for Joshua. Original tweet right here, doing the Lord's work. For white well-being in support, ladies and gentlemen. Tree Godfather in support. Show the love. Biospirit of the West. Ancestral Wolf in support. Every time they ask, how do you know that you're making these, that you're influencing these content creators to do this? Oh, we know, and we share the receipts every freaking week. Shannon Oliver is on the board with 4,655 this week. Show the man some love. General of the House of Swash using anti-white in his post here in response to Matt Walsh. Give it up for Shannon Oliver. Tree Godfather says he ain't done. 2,000 more souls he's going to save this week. He just collects them like he's picking up books from the side of the street. Tree Godfather, 2,000 more souls saved in the audience of Thriller the Gorilla. Excellent work, my brother. Keeping it going. Emerald Apple from the wild, ladies and gentlemen. 5,000 exposed here to white erasure in the audience of Tectone. Give it up for Emerald Apple from the wild, the praxis, ladies and gentlemen. Justin McDaniel back again. Holy moly. Working on 40,000. The McDaniel this week is swashing hard. He has swashed hard, ladies and gentlemen. Working on 40,000 more with this epic post. under Tectone as well. Well done, Justin McDaniel. Justin McDaniel back again this time, working on 3,000 with this post. In the audience of Mario Nawful, give it up for Justin McDaniel. Well done, my brother of the House of Swat. Joshua, he says, I'm back. I don't want to quit. I don't know what it is. I can't stop saying anti-white. Give it up for Joshua. Sometimes he spells it right. Sometimes he spells it like this. But we have the Tree Godfather is in support, ladies and gentlemen. Show the Godfather some love as well as Joshua with your crepitating emojis. Joshua back again. He spells it right. Anti-whites. This is what they do every single time. Working on 3,000 more people exposed. And I want you also to celebrate Anti-Vilification League showing up in support of Joshua. Celebrate both of these men. Stop anti-whiteism with this epic clip, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it. It's not from this week. It's got 5,000 plus views, but it's powerful, and it is Stop anti-whiteism. It's always been the same group. But people are becoming aware now. You see, they never knew. When Henry Ford, the wealthiest man in the galaxy, and the most beloved industrialist of all time, told the totality of the Western world, and in particular the United States, when he told the whole country and the whole of the Western world, the Jews are the problem, in countries that were 100% or almost 100% white, it didn't work. It didn't cure anti-whiteism. Give it up for the Stop the Anti-Whiteism, and for the Tree Godfather in support, and for the Jay Bishop in support, and for the Daniel T in for support, and for Stop Anti-Whiteism in supporting himself, ladies and gentlemen. Epically done. This from the wild. Check out the meme usage here. Working on 130 people exposed and empowered. Oh, it says here, only the unity of Western kind. Wow, look at this. From Nape Higgs can put an end to anti-whiteism. I recommend you have a talk with Jason Kuna, a peerless champion for white well-being. For over 3 decades, we have a historical, spiritual, and moral right to exist. But oh my God, really get out of your seats for this guy. Nape Higgs, is that what it says there in the audience of Martin Sellner? Yes, Martin Sellner should be trying to speak with me. Let's give it up for this champion. I'm going to have to follow this champion back. Absolutely. And we got this Anglo-Saxon and WG, ladies and gentlemen. 13,000 more souls he has gathered for redemption. In the audience of Alazi B. Let's hear it for Anglo-Saxon and WG. And now we've got a couple more videos. What a freaking week. We have Charles Veach, maybe? 63,000. Let's hear from Charles Veach.
What's currently happening across the West with the two-tier policing in terms of treating white people as scum? We're seeing the greatest public propaganda machinery since the COVID. Hello. We're seeing the anti-white.
Oh yes.
Putting down British history, putting down European heritage, is the greatest propaganda machinery since COVID. And get the vaccine, it's good for you. So if you're resisting it, if you are a white boy and you don't hate yourself, God bless you.
So you see, he's got a ways to go. Using white boy, using two-tier, but he used anti-white. And that means he's getting empowered. Let's hear it for Charles, ladies and gentlemen. 63,000 people saw that. Let's keep it going. Martinez Perspective, 3.5 thousand watching this clip.
Or heads type of shit. But like there are leftists like that too, like these Hassan Piker type of people are that just like out and out schizoid leftist Marxists that just wear their anti-whiteism on their sleeve. That's their politics. And as those people come to the fore, I think you're going to see an analogous backlash to that on the right. Now, I don't necessarily approve of that kind of wignat schizo stuff. I think that's probably a bad look.
Let's celebrate the ever-living shit out of Martinez. Let him know that we celebrate 07's crepitant emojis for our champion brother. 3.5 thousand there. Let's keep it going. This, my friends, is Lotus Eaters. 32,000 views.
To eating one another and voodoo rituals, for instance. But of course, you can, for somebody like Sneeko, who has this heritage going back there, and also, of course, without a singular identity that he can latch onto, what's the most likely thing that somebody living in a white Western country, or formerly majority white Western country, can latch onto when he doesn't have any strict identity of his own? Well, anti-whiteism, anti-Europeanism, the politics of racial and historic resentment that people like this so often lack.
Oh my God, I love it. I absolutely love it. The use of anti-whiteism. Let's show whatever this guy's specific name is. If we can get it into the live chat, if anybody knows from the Lotus Eaters. Big salutes to this hero using anti-whiteism. Let him know you let him feel the love. We have post-millennial, 68,000 views.
You know, details that can be ignored. What matters is overturning the established order. And so, you know, this kind of queer is just anti. It's anti-Western, it's anti-white, it's anti-normative.
Oh my God, celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. 68,000 hearing that what's happening is anti-white. Give it up for post-millennial. And looks like finally what we have here is the Lads Club, 20,000 views and climbing.
It's a very unique life, and it really requires some explanation in order to understand how she reached such levels of anti-white hatred, hysteria.
Yeah.
You don't want in your country. Foreign service officers, people working in the U.S. State Department, people working in immigration, people working in aid, are all aware of these differences. The problem is they are not allowed to go there intellectually, just because the whole milieu is very third worldist. It's very, really
yes.
My grandmother's anti-white because their whole milieu is anti-white. Because the U.S. people in the State Department, the USAID, Peace Corps, people I knew growing up who worked there or had a whole full career doing that, all talk like this. They've all drifted into extreme anti-white hatred.
Oh, yes. Show the love for the Lads Club, ladies and gentlemen. Big 07s of support. It absolutely is anti-white. It absolutely is anti-whiteism. Well done. And we'll be right back.
Rise up bright, we're light in the sky. Hearts on fire, we'll never say die. Screaming loud, the heavens ignite. We're burning strong, yeah, we're super wild. Riding into the night. We ready to fight.
How absolutely glorious. What one hell of a week of victories was this. My God. Once again, reaching hundreds of thousands because of the work that you all are doing, the successful work that you all are doing. Let's keep the celebration rolling. Anti-Vilification League showing up and saying good day to Janitor as celebrating and celebrating Charlie as well. Thank you so much and good to see you, brother. Let's keep that celebration going for the financial gifts, and we're going to be getting into our mailbag, our announcements, and our lesson of the day, and everything that you have to say. I want to hear whatever it is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and see what we have over to my right. Let's give it up for the great dude, the great dude, bro. 50, ladies and gentlemen. DB50, Dude Bro Moment, coming in with $50. God bless you, good sir. God bless you. DB50, he writes, as he always does, for white well-being. And let's keep it going for Double Shift Corey. Double Shift Corey's in the house. $50 as well. Give it up for Double shift, Corey. Big salutes to both of these heroes. Please, some crepitating emojis so they know and they feel the love. Corey writes, thanks again, brother. Oh, 7. God bless you. And, oh, damn, what's your name on the, what's your name? $40 financial gift. R-Man, isn't that your R-Man? R-Man, big salutes to you. R-Man coming in with a $40 financial gift, and he writes, go free. Go free. Thank you so much. Big salutes to you, brother. Great to see you. All right, didn't miss anybody there. Let's see over here. All right, we'll swivel around this way. Wonderful to see everybody on Premium Rumble. All right, we have Angry over here, financially gifting $10. Thank you, my brother. He says, I've gotten some traction in using the vernacular. Anti-whiteism works best. White erasure as well. Follow-up emphasizing not centering non-whites is key. Exactly. Very well said. White Somalians, whites voting for the, is that virulent? Absolutely. So he's testimonial to the success of Go Free in his conversation. Absolutely splendid. Thank you so much. You could add like 8 more zeros on there for the equivalent of that testimonial. God bless you for that. Gotten some traction in using the vernacular. Anti-whiteism and white erasure really working well. For Angry, is that Gringo? Is that what LLC is? What it looks like. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. I'll be coming back to all of your comments, all of your tags in a moment on this Christmas in August with NWG. Land of the Fake coming in with a $5 bill in the House of Swash. Thank you so much, good sir. He says, thank you for your tireless effort providing us with the words that save us. You are most welcome, and thank you. You're hitting the nail right on the head with that. That's exactly what it is. The words, the concepts that are empowering and liberating us. That's what it's all about. God bless you, man. Really appreciate that. Turning back around this way, we have on Buy Me a Coffee, Brian. Let's thank you, Brian, over there on Buy Me a Coffee. $10. God bless you. I don't know if you all are able to write anything with your comments on Buy Me a Coffee. But no, it doesn't look like it. But thank you so much, Brian. $10 on Buy Me a Coffee. And we have Yiz the Unifier coming in with a $5 bill this week. Weekly folk child for white well-being. As she enters the House of Swash, and she is given a stiff salute. God bless you. Yes, thank you for being here and for your service to white well-being. We'll come back to the financial gifts soon enough. God bless you all for showing up here and being a part of the revolution that is recapturing our destiny. We're the shit. We're where it's happening. We're the only community where anything positive happens in service to white well-being. This is the practice that works. And thank you all so much for being a part of it. You can see as we continue to succeed, we have all of the other efforts continue as well. The efforts that have undermined our resistance to anti-whiteism. We saw it in the Daily Wire's Conservatism, this absolutely wretched and offensive film that Little Benny has made. He and his company have made. We see it in the anti-non-white garbage that persists, that is being increasingly dominated by just taboo grifters who are going to be able to easily subsume the anti-non-white arguments. And they are, and they have been doing that. And they'll continue succeeding. So these things, to subsume those arguments, these things will continue afoot even as we have our victories. Really delineating the sub-white goblins who are going to do things like show up and troll in the live chat, and the white champions that are bringing a dawn from the west for Western Kind. So really, God bless every one of you, including the great Bone Secure, who is over here, and Giuseppe King Beauregard is here. Great to see the both of you on Premium Rumble, as well as Aliens Exist, another champion over here. Let me scroll along and see if we have any tags here for yours truly. Good to see all of you there. Hello, hello, and welcome, welcome to White Wellbeing. Of course, this is indeed 07. Yes, the Alien Exists 07. This is, of course, the wonderful time of year, Christmas in August, and we can be so happy for that. It looks like we have Winged Productions over here on Odyssey. Long live the West. Long live Western Kind. He says anti-whiteism was present in the 60s. Of course, yes, absolutely. And he says, asks me, have I been on the Lotus Eaters podcast? No, they have never expressed an interest in talking to the hierarch. If they did, I would definitely consider it. But they have not expressed an interest as yet. Merry Christmas to all. And swivel back around here. Entropy is no longer working, even for commenting. I'm afraid that's gone. And it probably will never return, but I don't know. My stocking, No White Guilt OG is up. We're going to be getting into the mailbag here in just a moment. Get your comments together. Celine says, Christmas in August is burst. True? Real? Skibbity? Lambda's with us. Just finished making a small add-on for Gary's mod that adds a hashtag D model of your Go Free book. Well, I'm interested in seeing what you got there. Cool Papa J Magic says, the first run, hide, fight, strong white female defeating evil white male. Oh, so that was the first movie that I completely missed, that they said everyone raved about. Defeats the evil white male. Or at least, damn, I can't remember the movie. Evil white male school shooter with the help of her black boyfriend. Are you serious? He says, not kidding. So conservative, disgraceful. You are serious. So the first one they made was a white female aided by her black boyfriend defeating a white male terrorist? What filth. What filth Daily Wire is. My God. 777 says anti-white pigs, like those UK police, belong in a bronze-built bull. No anti-whites will escape the wages of their sins. Absolutely not. You're right. Do I know what happened? Asked 777 to conservative Texas chick. Is she dead? Any chance of future videos with Tree Logic, Swain Cotto DeSanta? Well, I would think Tree of Logic, probably. I don't know. Swain, maybe. Probably a little bit less of... Well, they might be on the same tier. Cotto, almost certainly. DeSanto, probably. Merry Christmas. Irish Peasant says, no white guilt, you are implicitly and tactically viral. I appreciate it. Yeah, we are everywhere. We cannot be stopped. ForNull says his name is not Promethean. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, I see what it is. Wow. Well, maybe he's going to come around. Change that name. Change that name. Thank you for spotting that, brother. All right. Just looking for any other tags at the moment. The Great ForNull. Nothing can get by the Great ForNull. And there's the Great ForNull saying thank you for my awesome work. Well, thank you, man. It is a real honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. We can't be stopped. Lambda says Ben Shapiro is the king of the conservatives. Cool Papa J Magic says he didn't watch the film himself, but he saw someone do a breakdown on it when it first came out. How repulsive. Zizor, hello, hello. If a company puts out shit for decades and abuses its customers or harms the society and nation, I don't care. Damn, I'm having some allergies. I don't care if they suddenly put out a good product. Says 777. Mr. Zokov, did we ever decide what was going... No, we didn't decide. The August Christmas feast. No, maybe next year. Maybe next year we should have August... Christmas in August go from a Sunday to a Sunday. So we would start it on a Sunday, have it on the Wednesday as well. Of course, on the Spaces, mention it, and then wrap it up the subsequent Sunday, and then we'll be more prepared. Maybe we'll have ForNull do a Temu version of a Christmas song, and we'll be able to, or somebody will be able to. It's like I'm trying to do. It's kind of Temu-ish. That's what I'm shooting for here in Christmas in August. I don't want to confuse it with the real Christmas and all of the glorious celebration, but I did want to interrupt the brutality of summer, especially here in the once great state of Virginia, where we are slowly growing gills, with a Temu Christmas for August. And that's what we did here. ForNull says, there you go, Temu Christmas. Earlier I made a 3D, so a 3D version, says Lambda. Well, I'm interested. Tourists, migrants, invaders, refugees, asylum seekers never qualify for our birthright citizenship. Well, precisely. The great Dude Bro moment is in the live chat, and so is Spud Ruggers. Good to see you both. God's Chosen is here. Hello and welcome. All right. I sang a Christmas song on Wednesday. I don't know if I can today. I got some serious allergies going on for some reason. What do we have here? Oh, we've got the mailbag next. Let's get into that mailbag, because the Thaumatological mailbag has several pieces of mail. And you're not even going to believe this. I got mail from the one and only Hank, also known as Henry. And he drew a picture for me in his letter. Do I have to cover up your signature so that folks don't know what it looks like? I will cover it up just in case. Oh, it's not going to work very well because of the green in there. You see that? In the picture. And it's me. It's me. I'm holding, it's a statue of me. And I'm holding an Eindelen. And is that supposed to be Rapunzel? but it's me, and I'm holding an Eindelen. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And we started off with that video made by Hank and Dallas. So, yeah, that's... Cover up one more time. Try to keep it out of the green screen. There I am. I'm barely clothed. I'm almost naked in this. And we have here letter from, in the movie Hacksaw Ridge, there was an in-credit scene where the war vet said he saved a guy in the battle, and the guy was so happy to be saved. When the medic washed his eyes, he said with joy, "I thought I'd gone blind." The combat medic said even if he hadn't got a Purple Heart for saving that guy, his reaction with so much joy to be saved was worth it all. So even if these taboo grifters get all the attention, I know nobody sends them anything like this. Thank you for your service to white well-being. It's an honor fighting this psychological war with you. I hope this art makes the sacrifice that much more worth it. And I hope that something like this comes true in the future. There shall be statues of us. Hank and Dallas. God bless the both of you. And then in reference to the actual stationery, Dallas added, "We knew you would love this stationery." Yes, it's wonderful. Take a look at the stationery that they used. It's so our bio spirit. God bless you. To the moon and back. We will recapture our destiny. Let's hear it for these folks. Thank you so very much. That is cool. That is cool. The epic picture. Me as a statue. Ready for eternity. Very cool. Thank you so much. And yeah, I guarantee you nobody else is getting a picture like that. We also have, let's see, what could be in here? Oh my goodness. Get out your raucous emojis and begin celebrating, crepitating emojis for George and Gina, ladies and gentlemen. Our beloved George and Gina. Work hard, be honest, have fun, dream big, laugh often, be true to yourself. $25 financial gift from George and Gina. Work hard. We can tell you are like Gina and I. We earn what we have. Be honest. We can tell you have great morals. Have fun in your garden and with your many different birds. We don't have a garden, but we do feed cats, birds, raccoons, groundhogs, or maybe they are woodchucks. Dream big. He says, we will become a people, Westman. Laugh often. We love your smile and your laugh. Well, God bless you for that. You've got great taste. Be true to yourself. You are, because you are here to teach and lead us. God bless you. I deeply appreciate you saying that. Follow your heart. You do, because you love our people. Congratulations. Jesus has your purpose to become a people, a Western people all over Western countries. We love you. George and Gina, God bless you. So much love. Love you back. He says, P.S. Here, honey, get yourself something nice. Ha ha. From last week's comment. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And everybody who said, here, honey, get yourself something nice. I think DB50, Dubro Moment, was the first one to get on that top of that. Several others followed. God bless you. That's so awesome. Work hard. Be honest. Let's put that up. Is that visible? Let's get this. And we got one more We got one more. What do we have in here, ladies and gentlemen? Oh boy, it's a beautiful card. Let's see what's inside. Oh my goodness, it's anonymous. Is writing us again. Hello, Jason, with the beautiful cursive writing. Hope all is well. Thank you for the Go Free method. By controlling language and how things are defined, we are in control. Anonymous, God bless you. Thank you so very much. Let's get out some serious crepitating emojis for Anonymous. Financially gifting today $200. 200, ladies and gentlemen, $200 from the lady Anonymous. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. And we'll get that card up as well. And that is the Thaumatological Mailbag. The Ivan is here. The framework that the female women's operate under has a third dimension besides pathetic and nurturer. Threat! And of course, anti-whites always cast white men as the threat. So true, my brother. The Ivan has spoken of that. The Ivan of the House of Swash has spoken. God bless you, man. Big salutes. Azimuth Clark in the live chat. Good to see you. Anonymous, $200 financial gift. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Showing up as always with these beautiful card and perfect cursive writing. Sky is with us. Good to see you. Henry, I didn't draw your junk because it'd take up the whole page. He put an article of clothing that falls expertly across the mid-region, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sean is with us. Great to see you, Sean. Stumbling's in the house. He says, sent you a message with a coffee. Oh, really? Well, we'll have to see if that, how I see the message. How do I see it? Stumbling, though. Get out your raucous emojis and celebrate the great Stumbling, ladies and gentlemen, who has come through for us epically here as we are in the final half hour of our gathering Church of the West. 20 pounds. 20 pounds from the hero. God bless you, good sir. Now, how do I see 20 pounds? How do I see? Maybe I got to do this. Ah, okay. Okay, so Brian had called it a test. Thank you, Brian. It worked. Thank you. And then Brian sent a test. Let's see. Ah, okay. So he sent, initially, Brian did $10 and then an additional $5. God bless you. God bless you. And now I know how to find the comments. Brian says, with his $15 financial gift, thank you, good sir. Thank you, Jason, for being a voice of strength and reason. Love that you embrace animals' nature and teach to harness its power for, let's see, how can I see the rest? Or is that all of it? For good. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate it. Harness the power for good. Exactly. Thank you, Brian. And we have the great Stumbling financially gifting 20 pounds, British pounds. And he writes with that glorious financial gift, Hails, Jason. I have been thinking about how anti-whites have a white superiority complex worse than any pro-white. Anti-whites have a white superiority complex worse than any pro-white. They tacitly accept we create the best civilizations and believe we are so advanced we could support the entire non-white world without it all collapsing. We are simply immoral if we don't. But we are not invulnerable. We are human. We are people. We must Prioritize our well-being, or the West dies. Yeah, you're right about that. There is this notion, tacit conclusion, that we just have this ability. But I mean, I think if you were to really push or press an anti-white, they would say that it's not our doing, that it's not the white man's doing. But nonetheless, you're 100% right. We have to prioritize our well-being, because this will collapse. It is collapsing all over the West. It is collapsing. So thank you for that. Thank you for commenting and let me know that you did, so that I could investigate the comment section. First Last has just shown up. Sorry he's late. Henry says, glad you like the picture so much. The green screen really didn't have to do us dirty like that, though. I know. I know it happens. All right. Well, we've got our lesson of the day and your comments to come. So much more to do. And Christmas music. Do we have any more Christmas? I don't think I can sing. I'm sorry. My throat is full of garbage. I don't even know of a song to sing. Anybody have any suggestions? Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is the new bird. He sings a love song as we stroll along, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow we can build a snowman. We'll pretend that he is Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man. But you could do the job when you're in town. Later on we'll conspire as we dream by the fire, to face unafraid the plans that we made, walking in a winter wonderland. Well, it was good enough. Good enough for government work. We got the lesson coming up. Suicidal empathy. We're not going to be diving into the book. I just have some notes. And we've talked about suicidal empathy quite a little bit. But before we get to that, I'm going to see if you have any other tags for yours truly. Get them in. And we'll listen to a new epic piece by Anglo-Saxon and WG.
Lost in Metcalf, taken far too soon. A victim of anti-whiteism's harm. One moment changed the days we walk along. Your spirit stays here in the calm. The seasons turn, but you remain. We won't forget the impact you made. You're gone, but still around, to remind us that our people must come together. The anti-whites won't pull us down. Time keeps flowing through the quiet days. Your story travels softly with the wind. We feel the space you left behind, yet stronger purpose calls us in. Each shared breath brings us close again. We won't forget the impact you made. You're gone, but still around, to remind us that our people must come together. The anti-whites won't pull us down.
Beautiful song. Let's hear it for Anglo-Saxon NWG. And let's keep those crepitant emojis going for First Last, ladies and gentlemen, who has arrived with $30 for white well-being. God bless you, brother. $30 from First Last. He says, a great show that I almost missed completely. It is completely stupendous, my brother. And God bless you for showing up in time and for financially gifting $30 crepitating emojis to our brother. First Last. Thank you, sir. Help Your Own is here. Low Tone is here. Not necessarily the news is as well. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so much, First Last. Well, let's talk about suicidal empathy. First of all, we've talked about this before. We've said there is no suicidal empathy because there is no empathy. To argue suicidal empathy is the modern meme pathogen of bleeding heart. It is the exact same thing. It is to be as gelded, dim-witted, antiquated, senescent, and dried up as old people who are using and used bleeding heart. If you cringed growing up every time you, as I did, I mean, I suffered severe internal hemorrhaging every time I heard some older white person say, oh, they're just a bunch of bleeding hearts, because that means, of course, they're caring and they're loving, and there's nothing wrong with that. So it's amazing how the white race will allow anti-whites to decide the concepts that they will use, especially when those concepts are detrimental. But then when a white guy shows up, you perhaps, or a white guy, man or woman of the West in this community, shows up and says, so here are the concepts of liberation. They're like, don't try to tell me what words to use. I'm going to use the words the anti-whites tell me to use. I mean, that's effectively what Jared Taylor told me. I'm going to use the words that the anti-whites told me to use. I'm not going to use your silly words. I got words that anti-whites gave me. Why would I use your silly words? I mean, that's seriously what we're up against in the anti-non-white sphere, resentment sphere, and conservative sphere. You have concepts. A white man comes to you who is an alloy of the totality of the white race. And the implementation of these concepts demonstrates endless success. It is demonstrable. And yet these white brothers and sisters out there, so many of them, I guess, are just sub-white goblins. We have really downbred the race, killed off so many of our best, and the rest of you, your mothers were whores, and your mothers chose badly and who they were going to reproduce with. And that's why you're a degenerate shit. And you can't, sorry that it's, I mean, but I'm not actually at all. I just want you to get out of the way. You either submit to something that's working, or you're not worthy of life. I don't care anymore. I don't want to hear your thoughts. Something works, submit to that, or just get out of the way. Go away. Drink heavily and get on the roof. So we know there's no suicidal empathy. And we know also that suicidal empathy is not useful to us because people like Gad Saad and other conservatives push it. Why would an anti-white Jew like Gad Saad push suicidal empathy if it was going to be efficacious in the reclamation of our destiny? He wouldn't. Nah. I mean, this is like the white race is now just Down syndrome. That's just what we have to accept. Let me see if I can get this. That's how easy things work around here. So we just have the Down syndrome race. You got blacks, you got Jews, you got Hispanics, you got Arabs, you got Asians, you got the Down syndrome race. Here they are, the sub-white goblins. And then the rest of us are pulling ourselves free of this nonsense. So there is no suicidal empathy. These white people who are, and this is who it applies to, white anti-whites. They come along, the morons say, oh, they're bleeding hearts. They're suicidally empathetic. But they show no empathy or sympathy or concern at all for the white race. So it's not empathy that they're experiencing. It's anti-whiteism. There is no suicidal empathy. But there's something else that's worth mentioning. When we talk about a behavior, and there are some elements to this, you don't want to demonize a behavior that you have to emulate, for example. You also don't want to articulate a behavior, a norm, a strategy or something as problematic that its inverse isn't its remedy. Does that make sense? If not, just say, yes, sir, hierarch, what you've been suggesting has been working all along, and I'll go with that. Just like if I were on an airplane and one pilot was dead and the other one was half alive, I would not debate how to fly an airplane. I wouldn't say a word. I would listen and obey everything that the living half alive pilot had to say. Because I don't go around in the world with my head up my ass like the sub-white goblins do. There's another element to this. What is the remedy if empathy is the problem? The opposite. Callousness, coldness, indifference to suffering, to misery. You can't have that as the remedy. You can't argue to the white race that, no, we can't be empathetic. We must be callous toward the suffering of others. We must be indifferent toward the suffering of others. Having empathy is obviously natural for the white race. We put our thoughts in animals, for God's sake. We put our thoughts in animals and say, well, they must be thinking this or they must be thinking that. White people, you've even known it, maybe you've done it yourself, have put sympathy and empathy, our thoughts, into inanimate objects. You can't get rid of the old bicycle, not because of it represents a period in life and engenders nostalgia, but because the bicycle might be hurt by being thrown away. It is something natural for the white race to do. It cannot be extirpated. It cannot be extracted from our being. It is a strength that is used against us, which is why I wrote Prometheus Rising, to help educate you on the physical, mental, and spiritual aspect of strengths and weaknesses and peoplehood, and how all of it can be used, or the lack of people can be used against us, and the instantiation, the creation, the engendering of peoplehood for Western kind. So I promise you, if you have not yet heard some sub-white goblin out there, like the one that I showed you all, we started off with the several that have criticized me, and the most recent one, playing the guitar and singing away, that said I was pathetic and ugly. Total projection. Like those people, I mean, you will see them arguing that we need to not be empathetic or sympathetic to the suffering around the world, but we should be callous. We should be cruel. We should be indifferent to the suffering. Well, that's never going to gain traction anywhere. The white race, no animal anywhere operating in a healthy condition has ever been cruel for the purpose of being cruel and wicked. In other words, we didn't kill wolves off because we thought to ourselves, we really hate wolves just because they're wolves. We killed them off because we didn't want our loved ones either being taken by wolves or starving to death because the livestock was taken by wolves. We loved our families. We relied upon our livestock. The wolves killed those things, so we were wicked toward the wolves to prevent that injury. You are never going to be able to go to white people and say, don't be suicidally empathetic. So, when it comes to psychological warfare, you can see the power of anti-whiteism, and it is psychological warfare, the operation of psychological warfare in the meme pathogen, suicidal empathy, can't you? That is your antecedent. What logically follows the antecedent? What I just articulated. The vast majority of the midwittery out there, even the uber midwittery, and certainly the midget wits, are going to conclude, well, we need not to be empathetic. We need to be hard and cruel, vicious and maniacal. If you haven't heard them argue it, you will. Guaranteed. Because this is how psychological warfare operates. And when you have a handle on these things, you understand how the human animal is manipulated. So what do we do? What can be done with this instinctual sympathy, empathy? It needs, by way of the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free, to be vectored into outcomes and courses of action that secure white well-being. That's what it needs. That's what needs to be done with it. Not rejected, not the opposite argued for. This suicidal empathy is psychological warfare, anti-whiteism. Never forget it. Go Free can liberate us by taking our strengths and directing them to our well-being. That's exactly what it does. You're welcome. You're welcome, white race. Christmas in August is almost over. I'm going to take a look to see if there are any comments or financial gifts, and then we will be rolling out. We'll be checking out on this wonderful Church of the West. It was so magnificent, glorious, marvelous to have you here. Thank you so much. Christmas in August, and just thinking September, near the end of September, I guess we can start maybe talking about Halloween. Lambda says, that's what I do. I just listen and do what Jason says. Smart man. Godfather chiming in. Homicidal anti-whiteism. Is that the coach saying Christianity is the problem? No, Christianity is attacked because it's white, because it can be used and has been used to make strong white families, strong white communities, and so like everything else, it's attacked by anti-whites and anti-whiteism. If your premise, if your argument is that you have got to destroy Christianity in order to get to work saving the white race, that's a non-starter. It's DOA, and if you can't logically see that, then you've got no business suggesting what needs to be done. I've realized that you've heard from others, that you've heard from a lot of others that this should be done or that should be done, but trust me, they misled you. Janitor of White Noir says the white people, it's Western kind and the white. Oh, he says not the white people. He says it is Western kind and the white race. Absolutely. Here comes Jason Claus, says the Tree Godfather. Yes. When Jason Claus shows up at your house, you get your identity back. You get your safety back. You get your well-being back. You get your country's back, you get your civilization back. All that fits in Jason Claus's big red present sack. All right, don't think I missed anything. No financial gifts that I missed. Sky is here. Hello and welcome. I've said, Henry says, suicidal anti-whiteism as a meme cure. What do you think is better? I would just use anti-whiteism. That's what I've used in conversations. Just when people have said to me at gatherings, conferences, suicidal empathy, I say it's anti-whiteism. It's just anti-whiteism. Just make it easy. And thank you for Franklinator helping with how to tag me properly. Great speech there, says Hank Soul Man. Personally, the only empathy I give out is to my people, and my people only. Other people's only care for their own people too. Yeah, I mean, it's completely moral to focus on our folks and our well-being. And it's totally defensible because you have entities all around the globe, white, operated, financed, run entities all around the world that every second of any 24-hour period are meeting, are thinking about, are helping non-white people. There isn't a single entity. So the white race is doing more than enough for everybody else. The non-white groups are doing for themselves as well, and good for them. There isn't a single non-white entity on planet Earth that is funded, financed, staffed, etc., who is working for the well-being of white people. So it's absolutely just for us to consider ourselves. Land of the Fake tags me over here on Premium Rumble. You are like the African guy who tried to teach his people a new word for maintenance, but was denounced by his peers. So they live in squalor instead. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I guess he was up against the dullards in his group, and I'm up against the dullards in mine. Low Tone Podcast says he likes the channel. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Promethean salutes. Hank Soul Man. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Got what I got the hard way. And I'll make it better each and every day. So, something so honey, don't you fret. You ain't seen nothing yet. Now I remembered it. I'm a soul man. All right. Well, I guess that's about it. It's been totally glorious. It's not a Christmas song, though. Another wonderful Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. A big salute to all of you. Thank you for being here and for going free, using the practice, changing the world with that practice, changing your lives, becoming a better version of you, true champions in service to white well-being. There's been nothing like it. So God bless every single one of you for that. Big Promethean salutes. You know, the party doesn't end today. We just take a breath. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with Robert and Justin, Seeds of the Shade Tree. So you want to make sure to make it to that. I'll be there. I hope to find you there. And then back again on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We get back together, midweek checkup, Church of the West. And we will have a space after that as well called the Rebel Roundtable. You want to make sure that you are there, I can promise. Church of the West on this Christmas in August. Merry Christmas. God bless you all. I love you. Let's go free.
Sitting under my tree, I think that my Christmas has died. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am, but right in